Hey Rusty, how's it going? I think it's about time we killed Morgott.
Oh, mountain of fire! Bake me in your flames!
Ah, good sir. What business might you? I hardly think you're here to temper yourself. Your timing. I've been.
Is there a way to turn up the sound of the voices?
I won't be
He's so quiet.
above the.
Voices, it's already at 10. Mm. What if we do like, nah, whatever. I skip through the dialogue anyway.
Those awful.
You have to do Volcano Manor quests?
Did you read that is the time? You will be competent. If you are lowered, you must leave. This is a. We have no place. You've come. I am. This is. Never the way. It is the truth. I am pleased.
Okay. Magma shot could be interesting. I don't know if it requires faith though. It might require some faith.
Have you any something? Oh, it just isn't. Some like breathing. Oh.
So then I shall banal, recusant. Why not add?
Oh, I have to
Well,
remove these souls. We're still trying to adhere to the challenge. But it's not really a challenge anymore. This is a pretty easy game mode. Let's do some co-op so I can learn some abilities from Bernal. What up, Patches? Oh, I have to like move outside somewhere. Should we listen to some Asmongold? I think he only has one video right now. We've ran out of. Oh no! I reloaded the page. He's tried Donkey's game. There's also one called Why It's Hard to Be a Guy in Today's World, which is pretty funny. I think it's pretty hard being anyone in today's world. Windham Catacomb.
hey,
What is this one? Is this the one with the parasite face spider thing? Wow, that guy just came out of nowhere. Earth tree, okay. Rings. It's gonna hide some geometry just so it's a bit easier to retopologize. There we go. Oh god, it's a hero's grave. Why does it have to be a hero's grave? Chariots are still up. Woo! Two wizards. Hold on. Take care of the chariots. I think they're still rolling, right? Maybe not? I don't know. I'm a bit scared to go out there. Can we disconnect? Oh no. Maybe it's lagging a lot.
Hey!
Okay, I feel like there aren't any more chariots. Interesting. There's either no chariots or they're gonna spawn in my face. Bat rolling, huh? don't want to kill the skeletons. If I get hit, I die in one hit. I literally die in one hit. Oh my god. I use something else other than... Oh, I might as well use it. Saved by the lag. Okay, got one. Maybe I disconnected here. I don't know. Ah, fuck me. Oh! Oh, I knew that was gonna hit me. I knew it. Fuck. It looks like we killed it though. I don't know. It's too laggy to tell. Yeah, there we go. I got a little bit greedy at the end. Okay, now we can buy this stuff from Bernal. And then go and kill Morgott. Or maybe, no, we should probably finish up the Volcano Manor quests. At least up until the point where they asked me to go to Snowfields.
Used to. Well.
I'm terribly sorry. I haven't achieved, even though I'm still yet. Perhaps I am. No. What an easy. How did it? There's just no.
What an easy mark.
No. What an easy.
Poor guy isn't a cold-blooded killer like ourselves. I think Patches has a job for me as well. Let's see. Does Patches have anything?
Ah, this.
Nice.
But if you relax. Go on.
Okay. Was it, which one was it? Was it this one? I think it's both. This one and then also the other one. Let's go use up these runes. Got a snake in there.
Hello again.
I can always use some more fan daggers. Oh, I'm at like
Cheers for that.
I'm at my limit for fan daggers. Let's go back to Round Table, get some glintstone scrap. I use them. They're actually really good. I need to remember to use them more often. Let's actually go buy, like, some smithing stones. Need those more than the scrap. Okay. Back to Volcano Manor. We'll get the summoning pools. And then also... Yeah. Shouldn't take too long.
Where it is run.
Okay.
Brave, I'm afraid. What's up? Goodness. Oh, how dreadful. Oh, forgive. I ought to be brave, Tarnish. This, please do understand, lady. I am told that my mother, I am but people, but you are not. My secret. Now I shall. Please keep them.
Okay. That's everything.
Now I am pleased. Did you the girl? Well, then perhaps, but please, her true, honestly. Her true.
Okay. Ooh. I could die here. I wonder, if I kill this guy, can I get Bloodhound Step from the gauntlets? Not the gauntlets, the claws that he gives me. What would be best for this? Kamazer? Kamazer. Let's go try it. Okay. Bloodhound claws. This could be good. I don't know. Right. Which way would be fastest? Ah! I might not even make it. Whoa. Not that way. Over here. So I have to go this way. And then this way. What? Wrong spell. Lizard could have been much sexier from software. Yeah, I know, right? What the hell, from soft? Missed opportunity. Whoop. Down here. I didn't drink the potion yet. Oops. Alright. We'll get this. Hopefully. Oh. Ah! Okay, we're good. Oh wait, yeah, let's go unlock the shortcut first at least. And then, there should be another summon pool over here. I might die here. This is a little tricky in terms of parkour. Woo. Almost ran out of stamina. Yeah, this is a shortcut here. Okay. Oh wait. Yeah, that's only what I wanted to do actually. Okay, back to Volcano Manor.
My sub was secret. Now I shall please keep them. My sub was secret. Now I shall please keep them.
Okay, I can't talk to her about that yet. I have to probably complete some more Volcano Manor quests.
Now you are. I am pleased.
Okay, yeah. Runestream Precipice. Can I go in from this side? I feel like I can't go in from the abandoned coffin side. We'll go in from over here. Oh god, I might even die here. Oh my god, I might die here. Oh my god, that's scary. That charge is just... The range on it is just way too much. Alright. Let's go reload the zone. Well, we can just go kill Tragoth first. Just rest here, and then his sign should show up, I think. Yeah, here he is. I wonder if I can, like, try using Amanazur Yeah, maybe it's not a good idea. We can try it, we can try it. Oh, you're too smart there. So smart, oh my god. Okay, we'll try Kaonizer again. Oh. You might one-shot me here. Or not. I was thinking you'd be able to poise through that. Oh my god, that almost one-shot me. Oh, I have 2 bolts in me, but like the first bolt destroyed the shield. Basically, 1 bolt almost killed me. Okay, got that. Got bull goats. Let's go kill this dude here. I wonder if I might need like a different spell. This guy's faster. Could try Carrion Piercer. That's always good against NPCs, I think. It's good against PvP as well. But normally I don't want to get close enough to where I need to use melee spells. Ah! Okay, maybe we'll try something else. Okay. Great Glimpse Shard works too. Just, you have to be at a distance for it to work. Back to Volcano Manor.
I see you. Here is your. Now of the true, the Erd, but it was all the tarnished wolf like the shower lord. If the Erd, then we are with we at the. If you follow the lords, it cannot come. If you follow, it cannot.
Hello again. You hunted? Are you certain? No, it's quite. I'll have some red. Cheers for that.
It's just look at you. I knew you'd take this.
Ooh.
Especially if you should. Perhaps I know. What an easy mo.
Forgive me. I know I saw some. It entered. If it took the. Does the volcano lady? I realize. If you discover. Really? Oh my lady, was I not born by?
Wait, let's go. Let's go make sure we've, like, talked to everyone. I feel like I need to talk to Tanith again or something. I remember screwing this quest up before. Yeah, Zoraya's troubles. There we go.
That some think about it. What matter? Zariah, that some
Okay, now we can give her the serpent's ammonia.
Lady, was I not born? But I remember. Funny. It's a pot. You have my thanks to you. I want one day. I want one day.
I think Zariah should be missing now. We'll see. Yeah.
if you it cannot. No, and she hasn't. Has she gone? Why won't she?
Okay, we have to complete all the contracts here and then talk to Zariah, I believe, before killing Rykard. Oh, it looks like we can do the Jar Baron. Jar Baron? The Jar Baron. We can do that now. That dude's missing, so I think he might be at Jarberg. We'll see. If he's not here, we'll... Oh, yeah, I see him. He's over there. Oh, maybe not. Is he over there? I can't tell. It's kind of far.
Have you
Oh,
heard
yeah,
him?
he is there.
He
Okay.
seems even though he says in sin his smooth, but I wish. To Allison, but I wish.
Okay. Over here.
Well, aren't you full of beans? No wonder you're covered in muck.
I always forget to do this
I
quest.
have to say that as you see,
It's like the least done quest I've done.
A few pity. A fool. Do you pity me?
Huh. Okay. Let's go back here. Reload the zone. See if there's anything else. If there isn't, we'll go do more contracts. We'd like to finish as many quests as possible before
To
killing
Allison,
Morgon.
but I wish.
A fool I may be. Do you pity me?
Okay. More contracts, I think. Yeah, we gotta do Fortified Manor. Hopefully I don't die here. There is a range. There is another mage here, so I have to be careful of that. But otherwise, it's just like a normal fight. Also, I do get a buddy, so that's nice. Take care of that guy. That wasn't too hard. Got some neat armor now. I think that's everything I can do. I guess, yeah, that is everything I can do quest-wise. Let's go back to Jarberg just to be sure that there isn't anything to do here yet. I think stuff only happens after I kill Dialis' brother. I think that's what happens.
To Alice's.
Yeah, it's all the same here still. I got that. And Ronnie's quest we can just do whenever. So we'll do that later. Right. Already got that. We'll summon Melina here. Just because it is nice to have a tank. Let's go.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and
I
Melania.
feel like the cinematography could have been better here. There's too many camera switching. It's distracting.
Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Rani. Willful traitors. All. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of
I wonder why they haven't re-added the fire effect on his sword when he does that.
have it writ upon thy meager grave.
It looked cooler before.
Felled thy king Morgoth, last of all kings.
Immediately into it, Jesus. Whoops. I was drinking some tea.
Stained by my curse, such shame cannot bear. Thy parting this
Can be bad. He does have a blender combo, which is pretty nuts. Okay.
the Erdbriar.
Go get the thorns. We go rest of the bonfire. Now it's not raining anymore. Oh, it is raining. Never mind.
Hello again, old friend. Allow me a moment to converse with you. You are unable to enter the Erd Tree. No, prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erd Tree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act. So I'd like you to undertake a new journey to the Flame of Ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountaintops of the giants. Then I can set the Erd Tree aflame and guide you down the path to becoming Elden Lord.
All right. Off to the snowy mountains. I really want to get a pair of gloves. Why did they make it so you have to speak multiple times to the character to continue the I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, anyone at FromSoft, they could have played any game with any kind of quest in like a modern game, right? And they'd be like, oh, you know what? It's actually, we can actually make quests better if we do it this way, where we don't have to have the player character reload the entire zone just to proceed. But I guess no one spoke up about that, so. It is what it is, I guess. Yeah, the reason why I'm kind of rushing to mountaintops is there's like a pair of gloves I want that are also black. The Traveling Maiden's gloves. I know it's not a really badass name, but I like to kill this guy. It's not a really badass name, Traveling Maiden, but they're black gloves, and they're, more importantly, the lightest weight black gloves you can find in game. So I think I'll match the setup I'm going for. How many endings are there? I kind of forget. I think there's like 6 or 7. There's the Ronnie ending. There is Age of Dusk, Age of Order. There's the Age of Fracture. A lot of different endings. Oh my god. I forgot that has his crossbow. Gotta watch out for the crossbow dude. How come he gets a horse here? No fair. Okay. There's the Dung Eater ending where everything turns to poop. Frenzy Flame ending where everything turns to chaos. And there should be like one more, I forget. Is it the west side or is it the east side? I think it's here. No. Oh well, we don't need it. We can always come back and get it later. It's not a faith build. There's a dagger up there. In the alcove. It's a hidden room. Oh, forgot that. Got another golden seed here, but I already have 14 flasks. So I guess they're just collectible items now until the DLC. Relax, Chocho, it's just a gecko. It's just a gecko barking. We'll rest here just because sometimes he actually comes up here. And it's a bit scary seeing a black gargoyle round the corner. Oh, we should kill Shibuya as well. I don't think we even need to talk to him, we'll just kill him. Oh, maybe that's not such a good idea. Alright. That's also some pretty good armor. Get the somber, not the somber, just normal smithing bell bearing. Let me in, please. Jeez, that's a bit scary. Usually Torrent is able to go down the stairs, no problem. Maybe he's put on some weight. Go and get the combs down here. Actually, let me go get the spell first. I think the spell is it up here or down? I think it's down here. Hopefully they buff these in the DLC. The Briar spells. They're really cool, but they're just not good enough. Where is the summon pool? Seems a bit sketch. Yeah, definitely seems pretty sketch. I kind of want their sword though, it'd be nice to have. It looks cool. I just like the look of their sword. Forked sword. Forked great sword. Very cool design.
is I, Lieutenant.
Okay, we
We're
gotta
almost there.
finish listening to Lieutenant.
Castle Sol lies just off to the north, where the other medallion is housed. It will grant passage to the land of the Halig Tree.
So the gloves are over here where the other arm where the other mark is, but I don't want to kill the mark right away. I don't think right, should I kill him now or not? I don't know. Either way it's not important. The only thing important here are the gloves. Gotta get that fashion. I suppose Hasla's armor is also very cool, but that'll definitely put me in the medium roll range instead of... Ooh, I can get the glintstone blade as well. What about that? That could be nice to have. Go ahead and get it, I guess.
Where did you go? You promised. Dear sister, you're finally here. No time to waste. Let's see the stars.
And there they go. Ooh, the fancy spin emote. That one's a nice one. I should use it more often. Where is it? Here it is. I can use it in place of like... Actually, no, I can't really use it in place of anything. I do want like... There's another talisman I want to get. Might as well go and get it. Where is Corwin, by the way? He should be around here somewhere. He's on the next bridge over. I'll talk to them. Actually, we don't need to talk to them. Could go get the summoning pool for the tree over here. Does this tree even... I don't think this tree drops anything worthwhile. Maybe it's the Crimson... I think it's the Crimson Burst. Which is good for PvP, but only if you're like a melee character or someone who can take hits. Not someone who just dies in one hit. Grace over here. And then Castle Soul. We can go kill the boss that summons the undead. Ooh, will I die if I fall down there? Oh my god, maybe I should have done that. Let's go back up here. We'll take the A nice and easy route. Okay. Like I'm slowly drift out of reach. Okay, that should be easier to get past all that. Oh, a bit too far. We can go get the summon stone here as well. I keep calling these summon stones. That's what they're called in WoW. These are effigies. Effigies of the martyr. Whoa, first try, right? I think? Possibly? Looks like it. I'm hoping you don't need to load in the boss first. Otherwise, I'll just have to like teleport back. Load him in and then teleport. And then do this all over again. It'll be an experiment. There we go. It worked. Whoa, oh my god, I almost spilled tea all over my freaking desk. That shit's scary. Woo! Get away. I'm supposed to be in the campfire zone. Am I still in combat? I am. Okay. Grand lift of rolled. Oh yeah, I have the gloves now. Let's go see what those look like. This with that. Pretty cool. I don't know, I feel like this looks a little bit better though. But that has like clipping in the back, so ideally it'd be like this with like preceptors. Either way, I need like 13 endurance, so 3 more points in endurance to wear the gloves with light load. Oh, shit. God damn it. I didn't press the other button. It's so annoying. Okay. Not this circle, this circle. There we go. So, we want to go get Graven Mass Talisman and also America's Sore Seal. Those two would be nice to have. Do I have the imps? I do, okay. We'll go get the Graven Mass first. Close one.
Do you hear me? It is I, Latenna.
Hello,
We have
Latenna.
reached the land of Mikla's Halig tree. My Lobo and I began our travels. It's entirely thanks to you that I'm so close to home. These great snow-laden lands stretch far to the north and beyond the ancient earth.
Gotta watch out for the freaking Albinaric. Oh my god, I'm dead. Not much I can do about that. It's so hard to tell like where they're gonna spawn into. Not there, that's for sure. Yeah, that should be safe. There we go. Tower should be up here. This way. I think? No, the other way. Okay. Should be the seal. I'm surprised I saw the bubble. It's a long-lasting bubble. Nice. So basically, I actually think this might be the best setup. Wait, that's 1 pound versus 0.8. Okay. That's fine. This actually might be better. Like, Marika's Source Seal. That's only for stats, but this is increase. This is like percentage increase. So I think it's better. Okay. Might as well get the maps, and then I think we're done with our build. The only thing left is to get all the summoning pools, but this is a Project Nova stream, not an Elden Ring stream, so we'll hold off on those until later. I suppose I could go get thing up here. If I'm brave enough. What's there to lose? Oh my god, I'm getting shot at. And then I think it's like up this way, right? Yeah. And then over here. And then I die to these guys, I guess. Maybe not. So much shit on the ground. I think there's a spear wielder up here as well, so let's be prepared for that. Oh, clever. What's in here? Founding Rain of Stars, I think? Yeah. Kind of a trash spell, I think. It's not a very good one. Might as well open the door downstairs so I know how to do that again. Oh, it's already open. Oh my god. Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Head back. Glass cannon build, yeah. Except it's actually a glass. It's actually a glass cannon build. Lots of people They try to make glass cannon builds, but they just end up being glass instead of cannon. Especially hosts. Lots of hosts just like die or just fall off cliffs or just get one shot by stuff. I mean, I sometimes have that happen to me as well, but not very often. Oh, you know what I do need? I don't have the Mimic Veil yet. I need to go get that from Stormveil. That'd be nice to have. I think there's a Somber 7 here. Nope, Smithing 7. Ugh. Might as well get the summon for Giant as well. Fire Giant. I want to test my damage against Fire Giant. See if it's good enough to bring him down. is... it's down here. Okay. Need 3 more intelligence again. Let's go clear these souls. Do some work in co-op. Level our intelligence back to level 80. Oh. Whoa. I never get summoned here. And connection error, unfortunately. What level are we? Level 84. So they're gonna be... I'm gonna be level 87. And then 90 if I want to get back to 30 mind. But if I have America's Scar Source Seal, that'll give me 10 points. But then I lose out on a talisman slot. That'd suck.
Hey,
Please get the aggro. You wanna go attack, get the aggro before the mage dies? Maybe? Possibly? You wanna go up there and smack him once? Just once. You just need to smack him once. Wow, that's very low health. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Could just like thrown a dagger, just one dagger. Maybe even one of those glass shards. You can throw glass shards. They cost like 1 rune in this game. Let's see. Looks like we have way too much geometry up here. I guess. Get rid of this as well. Oh, these are the creases in it. We should get rid of this, move this up.
Hey.
Hopefully you're a bit braver than the previous host. Nice. This guy wants big deeps. Whoa, what's up with that aggro? Well done. How much do we need to level? Okay. We need like 6 more guts to get 3 levels or something like that. I don't know. Maybe 5. Oh, another Morgott, nice.
Hey.
Maybe Melina will be brave. Oh, this is another extremely passive host. You see how they circle strafe? They circle strafe the PvE. Okay. Oops. Back up, Flo. Back up. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. I have the shield. That's what the shield is for. 30,000 souls on the line for that last dodge. The spear is very easy to dodge though. Both the knives and spears. Not too hard to dodge. I actually wonder if I need this extra geometry. Mm. I should probably get Terra Magica. I keep remembering to do it, but then I just don't do it. It's like an extra 30% increase to DPS, I think, right? It's either 30 or like 25% if you're standing in the circle. Which is pretty huge for Comet Azure. Oh.
Hey!
Let's get to it. Well, I really should just get rid of the hammer spell. It doesn't. I hardly ever use it. Like I shouldn't be using melee spells. I should be relying on my light roll to get out of the way.
Hey!
Let's get rid of Gavel of Haima. It's a very, very good spell, but it's just not good in the context of a light rolling mage. Star Shower could be good, maybe. But if I'm using Star Shower, I might as well just use Great Glintstone Shard. ESP. Invaders already have a hard enough time to dodge just like the shard spells, I've noticed. And like everyone knows what like the multi-hit shower spells look like, so they always spam dodge after you cast one of them. Whereas the shard spells, they're like, oh, it's just a little pebble. How much damage could that do to me? When it chunks them for like a fifth of their health. That could be fun, Magma Shot. Hmm. What I need is... Oh, you know what? Actually, Gavel of Haima. It's good in PvE. Yeah, I still need it. I still need it for some areas. I need it for like AoE And also knockdowns in PvE. Okay, okay. Where is... There we go. I guess I'll get Starlight. That could be fun. Ooh, Starlight. That was fast. I'm getting summons a lot.
Hey,
Which way? This way? I think. Are the enemies spawning in, or did they kill all of them? Looks like they just need help on the boss. Oh, no. Still got some enemies in here. Whoa, what? Wasn't expecting that. Oh. Going down, okay. Should probably stay up here. Take care of the PvE in here as well. Just in case there's an invader. I can't get hit by any of this. It's gonna really hurt. Oh no, the host is fat rolling. The free kill for a good invader. Get rid of this now. No invaders yet. Interesting. Oh, got invaded. Loot though. There's loot. Oh my god. Well fought. Ooh, subterranean training grounds. My favorite. I love this place. Gotta get my sword on. Whoa. Oh, it doesn't want the shortcut. Yeah, see, this is what I need gavel for. I need gavel of Haima for this. There. Ooh. Fancy spin. Yeah, wear this one instead. Like the clipping, you can see the clipping from the back. It's really annoying. But this one looks kind of like a gown, so I'm not like the folds, right? The folds don't look good. I don't like the folds on this. The folds could be better. Or maybe like they could have chose like a thicker fabric. It's too like flimsy looking. Oh. Watch out, degenerate. Oh no, he died. Oh well, tried. Oh, there's a. I wanted to redo some topology on the tail, like over here. So this bit here looks kind of weird. We're gonna need some better topology here. Maybe add like a bevel, just so it's not so sharp. Let's see, how much endurance do I need for Maiden's robes and also Receptor's trousers? This is medium load. 17, okay. 17 endurance. Hmm. See if I can. Man. Maybe I'll just. I guess I'll just like. Guess I just have to live with 10 endurance. Like 7 points is a lot, especially if I'm just staying at level 90. Yeah, I'll just have to stick with that. Could also think about doing medium load, but then I can get chased down by like in PvP I can get chased down by rapiers that way. Get roll caught.
Hey,
Oh, we're just doing the boss. Okay. Okie dokie. Whoa, look at that. I just got 2 drops of Nox Swordstress. That RNG. I think I'll remove Starlight. It's just not really worth having here. I might trade Starlight for maybe what's that spell called? I forget. The thing that you put on the ground. Just for like tougher mobs, tougher bosses that can't quite kill in one volley. Hey Saint, how's it going? Wait, what level am I? Okay, I need one more point into intelligence. That means I'll have 3 points. So if I have 3 points extra, I can put them into endurance. And then have gloves, right? I think, right? Well, yeah, I need 3 endurance for light load. So then I can look at it like this. Which, yeah, I guess it is worth it. It's worth covering up my pale ass fingers, just so people don't know how much of a creep I am.
Hey, hey!
Gotta remove these for the light load. I don't have the endurance yet. I don't have comments. It's fine. No one chats in my stream anyway. Who needs comments? All are a bunch of lurkers. Ah, there's the wrong one to hit. Maybe the spear one. The spear one. He's the most annoying one. Fuck. Fuck, dude. Ah, I'm gonna die. Oh my god, that was terrifying. I'm dead. Or not. Oh, whoa! What did I die from? What happened? Did I get hit by the staff dude? I think maybe I got hit by the staff dude. Got hit by a stray bullet. Yeah, I need a dagger for that. I do have one. I should have used it there. Oh.
Hey,
Okay. Probably the last one for a while. And I might as well just use the commonizer on this guy. Since the house is AFK, I guess. Whew. Oh. Ooh, what's that? Whoa, oh my god, why is my look so good tonight? 2 drops from the duelists. Okay, am I gonna be dead here? How heavy is the cloak? Duelist cloak? I think it's... Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to wear that. It's a bit too heavy. Nox seems swordstress. I got the hat too, didn't I? It's only 3 pounds. My dagger. Get some mana off these guys. Invaded. Oh no. I watch my stamina. I was wondering when they come over. Maybe they wanted me to honor duel him. I mean, I can honor duel, but it's less stressful to just be part of a gang squad. Where's the other guy? It's like not even following us. Oh, am I out? Oh, I used, yeah, okay. I used the freaking, okay. I used it on the gargoyle, I thought. I don't know what the other sun bro was doing. Probably be a little less generous with the polys here. Let's go unlock. Well, after we've done some work, but I kind of want to unlock the Halig tree. Get all the summons there. Be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Masculinity is shunned lately.
I think modern men are being made to pay for the advantages that their fathers and grandfathers had. And in a world in which we...
By the way, I don't think masculinity is shunned. I think that a lot of people view masculinity as being aggressive and hostile, and I don't think that's real masculinity. Like, in my opinion, masculinity is Aragorn. It's not Andrew Tate.
moved from a brawn-based to a brain-based economy, and you don't need protectors and providers that much. We've allowed women to access education and employment and become socioeconomically viable on their own. They literally don't need no man. For many of the women, 2 women for every 1 man completing a 4-year US college degree. Women aged 21 to 29 earn £1,111 more than men on average. Wow. So they're literally like ahead by most of the key objective metrics that people under the age of 30 care about.
Jesus.
What's the role for men in that? And it's also, there's a current trend of it being cool to dunk on whoever was seen to have had the advantages in the past. Right?
This is a problem. I think that he brings up a really good point about this, is that the whole idea of like original sin, where it's like, you know, women or like people hating like men or like white people or something like that, or straight people, like any type of resentment that's being leveraged at somebody for something that they didn't directly do is almost always a bad idea. I can't think of a single instance where it's not. It's basically, I mean, they wrote a whole book about it. People still read the book. It's called the Bible. That's why original sin was bad and Jesus had to come. That's why it's bad. Yeah, it's original sin. Exactly, yes.
Straight white male syndrome. Like, straight that had advantages in the past because people who are homosexual were mistreated. Fucking Alan Turing was chemically castrated. White, slavery wasn't that long ago. Like, yes, also had some benefits. Male, women weren't allowed to go to university until not so long ago. They were, etc., etc., etc.
He's right.
But it uses errors of the past to make compensations in the present. And that fundamentally means that, like, men, as one of the biggest groups that have seemed to have had some kind of benefit, immediately get dunked to the bottom of the pile. And yet, if you look even remotely closely at the outcomes that lots of guys are getting, I don't think that there's much evidence that guys are flourishing at the moment. Like,
I think here's a really good way to tell whether guys are doing well in society now or not. Every single time that people are talking about robot companions, it's always about robot girlfriends and not robot boyfriends. I think that says a lot.
I think it was the first quarter of last year. I think like 33% of new CEOs were female. And that was heralded as like new frontier, but until it's at 50%, it doesn't matter. It's like, oh, God. Do 50% of women want to be CEOs? Like, really? Is that a life that you aspire to? I don't fucking aspire to be a CEO, and I own my own company. I don't want to be a CEO. It sounds like it sucks. I'm looking forward to the day when someone else steps in and takes that role. So, guys had it good in some ways for a while, and it's just like,
well, that's not even a question, right? Like, I mean, men, it's not even a question that, like, if you're a white guy, you historically had massive fucking advantages. Like, yeah, obviously. Now, I'm not talking about like today, but I'm talking about like 50 years ago, even 100 years ago. Absolutely. 150 years ago. Whoa. Only in the US? Well, yeah, I'm not talking about why the fuck would I be talking about Europe? I don't live in Europe.
It's like cultural reparations for men to pay this fine that certain areas of the world believe that they owe to people. And that means that, like, mistreating them or considering them to be in a privileged position is something that everybody should focus on.
How do you...
I don't think that that's the entire picture. I think that also there is a culture that we have, like in Western society, where it's generally okay to shit on people who you think are in a position that's above you. It's kind of what I said, is that you can eat the rich, but you can't eat the poor. A lot of fat girls can get together and talk about skinny bitches, but if skinny girls get together and talk about fat girls, they're mean. You know, like, men feel like they can say bad things. You know, men are trash is fine. It's a joke. But whenever men say that, then they should be, you know, they're like an awful person or whatever. They're like, oh, I wonder if he beats his wife. Something like that. There are so many instances where this is the case. And I think that in almost every single instance, the idea of punching up is viewed to be as some sort of like noble thing to do. And I think that that's why it happens with all of these instances. It's because that, and this is something that's beyond like being a guy or like being a race. I think this is with everything. It's the same as like, you know, people feel like it's more comfortable to joke around with somebody for being really tall versus being really short, like as a guy. And why is that? Well, because being, you know, really short is seen as a bad thing, as not in the same way that being really tall is. No matters. Yeah, it's the culture of punching up. Exactly. Yeah, and that's why people think, again, that's why people think it's okay to steal from Walmart. Because it's like, oh, well, you know, Walmart's a big company, I can do that. It's, again, another, like, moral justification. And this is something that's prevalent throughout all of society.
Navigate that as a guy.
Not self-pitying, I think. Like, would it have been easier as a guy to have been born 50 years ago?
Yeah.
Maybe. Like, maybe. Because you would have been able to out-earn and out-educate most of the women in your local village or whatever pretty easily. Because 50 years ago was when Title IX was introduced, which was to get more women into universities. So it would have been, you would have been the highest performing person, and hypergamy would have allowed you to have risen to the top, and more women would have found you attractive.
That's crazy. Only
But it's
50
not.
years ago.
And pitying
What the heck?
yourself or pitying the world or like screaming and creating a victim mindset around yourself is literally just giving the power to somebody else.
He's
This is
holy fuck. Holy fuck.
Women have had it bad. They've had it really bad.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Holy shit. Finally. Yes, I wish more people would say this. He's completely right. Yeah, it doesn't matter how hard you think it is. Whenever you wake up the next day, you're still where you are. You can spend all day thinking about, oh, well, I wish it was whatever, like 150 years ago, it would have been so easier. Yeah, but it's not, so shut the fuck up. It's on you, yeah.
Alex's thing, right? It's like wherever you point the finger of blame, or wherever you point the finger of responsibility is where you point the finger of power. It's like, if you do that, it's like, this is you. It's only you that's going to come and save you with regards to this. So navigating it is difficult. I think that
and this is the problem, because like a lot of people, this type of advice is actually so unpopular nowadays because people on the internet are trying to create an onion of protection layers against personal accountability. They want to figure out all of the different ways that society is out to get them and why it's society's fault that they're not getting a job and instead they're jerking off to hentai all day and playing League of Legends. Well, you can do that, but it's not really going to improve your life. And at a certain point, maybe a little bit of that might just be your fault. And that's why you see a lot of the different people that are popular for giving like lifestyle advice on the internet generally give a lot of that lifestyle advice in a passive tense. It's like, well, you know, society is rigged against you, and oh, it's not fair, and oh, well, this isn't, you know, like you can't do this, and you know, these things are harder for people like you to do. People are always looking for a reason why it's somebody else's fault. It's victim mentality. It's learned helplessness. Yeah, it is. It is. Absolutely it is. Yeah, it's not your fault. Exactly.
Open and honest as a guy as well. Like, look, it's fucking tough. It's tough in many, many ways. And even if it looks like guys have got it all sorted from the outside, I think that there are so many that are struggling. And that's something that there needs to be a big cultural shift around.
It's not going to happen because men are seen as the providers and the protectors of society. And you don't want to have a provider and protector bitching and crying and getting depression and feeling sad, because it makes everybody else who they're protecting feel insecure. That's the reality. That's what's not going to happen. You're never going to expect people and like guys to be able to like come out with their feelings and people are not going to care. Yeah, I don't want to fight a bear. Yeah, you might not, but that's still what's going to happen. Stop being a bitch. Yeah, it's exactly what's happening. It is what's happening. And like, guys are not going to get like, I think that people fall into the trap of trying to be seen on social media, and it is so mentally corrosive that I don't think that anybody realizes how bad it is, because people are constantly trying to get other people to validate their concerns and validate their struggles, validate their life choices, everything like that. Man up, yeah. And like, the thing is that you can say man up and it's like, oh, this is toxic masculinity, this is all this other stuff. It's not going to change. People are still going to say that, and they're still going to hold you to that. And the society, it's not going to, like, it's not like we're going to have a societal shift where people don't expect this out of men. This is built into us on a biological level. That's why men are bigger and stronger than women. That's all there is to it. It's not going to change.
It's a cultural shift.
So you talk about suppressing men, right? That's where, what's the word that you use?
What do you mean?
Like how masculinity and men, like you go into war mode, and then when you're not in war mode, you're suppressed or something like that.
I'm not sure if that's me.
Well, you used a different word rather than suppressed. How like masculinity or whatever is diminishing.
Okay.
Or how it's
yeah,
in
yeah.
a point right now where like it's kind of being hidden.
Okay, I would say it's being eroded. Yeah, for sure.
Eroded.
Yeah.
Sure. So that is a product of the environment that we're in.
Mm-hmm.
So if that is the case, you can't necessarily change the environment. No government body is going to step in and change the environment. And that's just going to be a byproduct of the environment that we are placed in. How do you then necessarily like change that? Like, are you...
It's unhealthy to even try to change the world. I think that the moment that somebody puts the mantle on and they say, I have to change the world, and like my job is to change the way that people think and change the world and change the way that society sees things, this was never going to work. Like, just stop it. Just stop doing this. Like, and it has worked in the past, and people will be like, oh yeah, well, look at Gandhi or something like that. You're not Gandhi. Stop it. Fucking stop it. Gandhi wasn't watching motivational videos on YouTube of how to be a man. Okay, it didn't happen. So it's like, just take that mentality and throw it in the garbage. Just change yourself. The moment that somebody...
They probably had idols, though.
The moment that somebody lets go of the perceived
Gandhi looked up to someone.
Obligation that they have to change the world is the moment where that person can truly be happy. Because then they stop trying to seek approval or validation from other things and other people.
You're supposed to just accept the fact that it's an issue. Okay, it's an issue,
and
it's because
you
of
can only change
external
yourself.
factors that we can't necessarily change. And if you look at data, it shows that, like you said, or you've claimed or whatever, testosterone is like decreasing and masculinity is decreasing and stuff like this. What do you do about it?
Yeah, testosterone's dropped 0.1% every month since 1950.
Wow, what the fuck?
That's the way that people get prescribed TRT from doctors.
Is that why we have femboys now?
A lot of the time, there's a bunch of places in Austin that do
Femboy
this.
Friday.
Oh.
Doctors will use the normal range for testosterone levels for men from 1950 to gauge off whether or not you've got low testosterone.
Right.
Could they have just been high in 1950, or is it like...
No, it's just, well, maybe, I don't know. I guess we didn't have the levels in like 1850, but I would want to know what happened between 1850 and 1950 for us to be like, oh, and men all had this huge surge in testosterone. That doesn't seem like it's going to be too likely.
It was in Austin?
But
really?
yeah, dude, I don't disagree. Like, if any other group has a problem, we ask, what can we do to fix society? If men have a problem, we say, what is it that men are doing where they can't fix themselves? Like, we spend billions and billions in taxpayer-funded money to set up charities and initiatives and research to
This is true, by the way, is that men have way less access to, like, resources like shelters and stuff like that than women do. It's just true.
And help groups that are struggling.
Yep.
Like, the biggest risk to a man under the age of 30...
Mental health? Yeah, nobody gives a shit about a guy's mental health. It's because, and the reason why is because men are disposable. That's why men go out and fight wars. You think about it from, like, again, a biological perspective. How many men does it take to repopulate a village versus women? It's pretty easy for a guy to go fuck 3 girls. And, you know, it's a lot harder for a girl to go and have 3 kids at the same time. That's just how it is. It's biological. We're not going to, like, unwire this. It's not going to, like, oh, well, at a certain point, this is not going to be how people think about things anymore. No, it's not. That's just how it is. I think that as a guy, like, here's the thing. It's like guys have a lot of shit that's, like, really kind of, like, bad. But I'll tell you one thing. I am so glad I'm a guy. I am. I feel so lucky that I'm a guy and not a girl. I would much rather have the problems that men have than the problems that women have. It's like and this is the thing, right? Is we can all talk about how hard it is for men, but at the end of the day, everybody's saying same, right?
His own mortality are literally the hands that he has.
Let's see here.
Yeah. Like, you're more likely to die by
Do I
suicide
actually have anything to,
than any
like, knock
other
these
way
people off?
under the age of 30. By
That's
18
crazy.
to 30.
Holy shit.
Like, that's a big
I
deal.
did not come
It's a fucking big
prepared.
deal. That doesn't sound like privilege to me. Oh, well, you know, guys have had it good for so long. Oh, yeah, well, like, fucking apart from the war and the dangerous jobs and the, like, 40% of us, only 40% of us reproducing. It's like 60% of men not reproducing.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't sound very good. In terms of how you can at least begin to change the culture around it, I think that accepting that guys are struggling and, like, changing the narrative, like, the deadbeat dad, like the Homer Simpson, the Peter Griffin, the, like, sort of stupid father role. If you ever watch any kids' TV show as well, it's always...
I'm gonna be honest, like, Homer Simpson plays and spends time with his kids. He's got a stable job. He doesn't cheat on his wife. He owns a home. He's a law-abiding citizen. I think Homer Simpson's kind of a G. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Like, that's not so bad after all.
No.
The boys
Okay,
are
well,
kind of
I'll get a
boisterous
longbow then, I guess.
And clumsy and
I'll go
try
and
to
get a
sort of cheat
longbow.
or use their size or their group numbers in some way, and the girls are smart and, like, clever and more dexterous, and they end up winning because they're more, like, noble and
Surprised I don't have one. I need a stormy chest.
inventive in the way that they come up with stuff. It's like, all right, well, what's the subtext that that tells young
my
boys?
sword back.
Not to say that, like, girls shouldn't win shit, like they should, but I'm not convinced that, like, an entire generation of people that were brought up on Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin have got, like, high expectations for themselves. Again,
I think that he brings up a good point, though, is that it is disappointing that a lot of the depictions of men and, like, you know, fathers in, like, sitcoms is usually the dad is a fucking idiot, right? Or there's something wrong with him. And I think, again, this goes back to the culture. Because, like, Homer Simpson is a G, but at the same time, he's also a joke. And that's it. Yeah, loser, deadbeat job, something like that, right? And I think that's very... It's a bad role model, right? There it is. It's a bad role model.
if you're taking your role models from that, and this is one of the other things that come across, like, look, should you really be looking to Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin for your, like, father role model advice? Probably not. But in a world that's got more...
Yeah, it's got a lot of culture. It's still in the culture, right? And, like, everybody knows what they are.
single-parent households than ever before, and more absent father figures than ever before, where should they look? Like, all of the people that had problems with Jordan Peterson's ascension or Andrew Tate's ascension, where should the guys that followed them got their role models from? Genuine question. Where should...
I don't think Jordan Peterson's a bad guy. I don't. I think he's a good guy. Like, there's nothing, like, I feel like Jordan Peterson is... Everybody thinks that, like, he's, like, this crazy extreme person. Either he's saving Western society, or he's literally a Nazi. I think it's neither. I think he's just an average guy who gives pretty good common sense advice. He does. Like, yeah, it's fine. It's a regular guy. Yeah, he's smart. Yeah, he's smart. Like, I don't think he's, like, not... Is like, are we going to be reading about Jordan Peterson 100 years from now? Probably not. Maybe not, right? But, like, at the same time, I think he's giving a lot of contemporary good advice. He's a balanced person. Yeah, exactly. Bro, he's very, very smart. I didn't say he's not. Yeah, grammar. Yeah, I mean, there's Jordan Peterson is what do you call it? Is the dad many kids need? Yeah, exactly. Like somebody like Andrew Tate. Like I think that's. I think that's bullshit, right? I mean, Andrew Tate, like, what the fuck is this? Like, that's ridiculous. But it was Jordan Peterson. I feel like is fine. He got crucified because he cares for young males to prosper. I don't know. I'm just saying that's what my opinion.
Okay.
Well, they should have got it from Dad. What if Dad wasn't at home? Because that's a huge percentage of young boys. They should have got it from I'm yet to hear from the people that are usually critical about
Cannon.
that stuff. Like,
That was
but
cannon.
to hear someone say, yeah, like,
Oh shit,
whatever
that's not
fucking
good.
initiative this
Okay,
is, sports stars or superheroes. or
Oh
something.
my fucking god, dude. Why did it bounce the wrong way?
That's what people see their public figures on the internet as. They see them as like
It bounced
thought
forward
leaders
instead
in
of
some way or another,
backwards?
or a
They
sort
do.
of father
Seriously?
figure.
Yeah, I think this is a big problem, and it's become more of a problem over the years. I think he brings up a lot of really good points, and I'm glad that, like, I think that more
That's some
guys need to say
bullshit.
the fact that, like, a lot of guys, and this is popular on the internet, people get together. There's a video, give it a like. I saw this got recommended to me, and I thought it'd be interesting to watch and listen to. Thought leader is such a red flag word. Is it bad word? I mean, I feel like that's
Okay,
just, it's
let's,
just a word, right? I don't know. Tate's old men's rights argument
Isn't
wrapped in
that from here?
obnoxiousness and misogyny. I don't think Andrew Tate is like all of his advice is bad. I feel like all of his advice around women is bad. Like I pretty much think that like universally it pretty much all is. Outside of that, it's hit or miss, right?
No way,
It's a
really?
good video.
Sex
Yeah, I think so,
trafficker
too.
Andrew Tate has bad advice around
Low
women.
T? Yeah, I don't know about low T. I've never had my testosterone
Can't
checked.
believe it.
Actually, that's not
That's
true. I
ridiculous.
did maybe like 5 years ago or something like that. But other than that, I've never had it checked or anything like that. Looking at that, yeah, also angry over words. Being traditionalist does not mean hating women. Yeah, I think so too. There's studies that show boys with 2 dads have more masculine inclinations. Well, yeah, that would make sense, right? Because they have a guy around them. But anyway, I think like as a guy, a lot of people like to blame society, but
Oh,
the truth
fuck.
is that nobody cares. Like there can be a lot of things that are against you and they exist and it's unfair and it shouldn't be like that, but it is. And so you either deal
Okay.
with it or you don't, right? That's it. A lot of people take pair Pearson and Tate, and Pearson actively dislikes Tate. I don't know. Remember how Reddit equals hive mind? The hive mind has to have a thought leader who makes members of the hive upset whenever it's
There we
noticed.
go.
Well, if the thoughts are not being agreed upon by enough people in the hive, then they get a new queen, right? That's just how things go. You have to work through despite it? Yeah, exactly. And I also think that, like, guys should stop trying to, like, be emotionally seen. And you just need to... You need to deal with your own emotions yourself. I don't think that guys should try to put that on, like, their girlfriend or anything like that. I just feel like it's too risky, man.
Oh my
It's
god.
too risky, and it's better to just keep that to yourself and work through it on your own.
That was
What? Yeah.
safe.
No,
I guess not.
hey guys.
Never safe.
I know this is a really unpop man up. Yeah. That's really what Tate says. Yeah. Well, I agree with him.
Taking longer
I
than
think
usual.
it sucks. It shouldn't be like that. Like, I think that whenever I say something like this, people think that I'm, like, celebrating it. No, I'm not. I think it's bad. But I think it's also true. Let's have an L take. Well, I mean, you can think it's an L take or not. And there's some people who might not have this experience. But I feel like it happens enough frequently. It's not something I'd really give advice on people to do. How do you still have power? What the fuck? Austin's out? Oh, I didn't even know that. That mentality is why suicide rate is so high?
Oh my god.
Call it whatever you want.
Whoa,
Like
my god.
see, it's not important for me for this to sound like it's the right thing to say.
Okay. You can't climb up
I
the
don't
ladder.
care about whether you think it sounds like the right way to say. I'm talking about this is what I think is the best advice to tell somebody. This is what I think is realistic. It's not about whether I want it to be true or not. We gotta man up, guys. Yeah, gotta man up. There it is.
In case you somehow missed this news, Microsoft/Xbox shut down 4 game studios this week, including Tango Gameworks, who most
4 game studios this week so far.
recently made Hi-Fi Rush, which, in my opinion, is the most underrated game of last year. That game is incredible. And Arcane Austin, who are known for making also a bunch of incredible games.
Like
Obviously,
Redfall.
a blunder with Redfall, which was their most recent release, but they also made Prey. That game is so good, and have worked on Dishonored. Feels weird to say because it's only 2 games for whatever reason, but probably one of my favorite game franchises ever. They also shut down an extra 2 studios that I'm not as familiar with. One of them is Alpha Dog Games, the maker of mobile game Mighty Doom, and Roundhouse Studios, which is being absorbed by the Elder Scrolls Online developers ZeniMax Online Studios. Bunch of extra context here that's important before I get into the things that I feel like I want to say today. Today I wanted to go out of my way to like explain some things that I think that maybe gamers haven't realized yet, that like the industry knows but gamers haven't realized yet. But I'll give you more context first. So the article goes on to say Microsoft currently valued at over 3 trillion. I can't even fathom that amount of money. The way that
It's a lot. That's how I know. That's how much money it is. It's a lot of money.
ever try to picture amounts of money that are unfathomable to
Microsoft
me,
is like worth a couple countries now.
Each of those dollars as people in a large room. How big is the room? 3 trillion? I have no concept of how big that is. That's too big. The number's too large. They did not say.
Yet their products still suck.
The room would be about the size of a city. No, probably a bit more than that. Maybe like the size of a state. And by a state, I mean, I'm not talking about like some like New York or like Wisconsin. I'm talking about a real state like Texas.
How many staff will lose their jobs, but significant layoffs are inevitable. IGN has asked Bethesda for comment. Microsoft declined to expand further when contacted by IGN. But yeah, obviously everybody seemingly at Arcane Austin and Tango has lost their jobs. Yeah. Some of those people, I believe, were folded into other developers, and some people in the actual
there's armor down here. I should go get it.
At Bethesda were also laid off. Of course, goes without saying, this absolutely sucks. It sucks. This one is especially devastating to me because I kind of thought that we were through it. Felt like we hadn't had layoffs in a minute. If you have,
in my opinion, from what I expect, I don't think that we're through it either because I don't even think it really has started. I think it's going to be getting way worse. Ooh. I'm talking about way, way, way worse.
Way worse.
What do you think they're going to do? Of course this is going to happen.
Chopping heads off
my GDC
in
speech.
real
I wrote
life.
This very spicy speech for this year's Game Developers Conference, basically just calling out the industry for doing this. And at GDC, I feel like things felt a little more positive. Like it really did feel to me like people thought we were through the worst of it. So I did not expect this, and it sucks. And it sounds like from some of the reports that have come out afterwards, this might not be it. There might be more layoffs coming in 2024, which is unfathomable because we've already had so many layoffs, one of the worst years in the history of the games industry. And before you tell me it's happening to other industries as well, I know that whenever I talk about this...
That's actually a really good point. That they're like, yeah, this is happening everywhere. Like all kinds of tech industries are dropping people like crazy. Like if you can have, like, you had a job, 2 people were doing a job, and then you can have 1 person do the job, and with an AI that helps them do the work of 2 people. Well, everybody's going to do that. It's common sense. Of course that's going to happen. Every white-collar job has dramatically slowed hiring in the last 2 years. Yeah. Like I was calling, like, so I was late to stream today because I was helping my dad get his phone set up. And so I had to like call, and I didn't really have to, like he could have done it, but I did it for him. So like, because I understand it better. And so like I called up the place, and like half the time that I spent like getting his phone authenticated and fixed and everything was spent with a actually about like a third of it at the beginning was spent with a what do you call it? With a robot. And it used to be people that called in, and then people would answer the phone, and now it's just an AI. It's a robot. It's an AI agent. Yeah, and it worked. I actually, to be fair, I did do the hack. Why do you guys might not know this? Press the pound button, like, cause it was for like, I'm gonna be honest, it was a phone call. It was like a phone like thing for old people. So I just started hitting the pound key over and over and over, and they put me on with a representative immediately. Took like 5 minutes. So really, yeah, pound or 0, spam that.
This is every industry. I get that, but I'm talking about video games here. I work in the games industry. Like, it's like I'm not saying other industries don't also have layoffs.
They do.
What? Shut up. Yeah, Arcane Studios had to post. It's just, it's super devastating.
I think the reason why people say that is that I think that there is a general resentment that other people in tech have, or other people in general have in the workforce, that like a lot of game developers are trying to get people to feel sorry for them for like getting fired, but it's probably happening to other people as well, and they feel like they're not getting the level of support that they think that they deserve. That's what I think is happening. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that's why I think they're acting that way.
Everybody, obviously the people affected the worst are the people who have lost their jobs.
It's an interesting
but what,
take.
what also gets me about this one is if you're going to shut down a studio like Tango, who just made Hi-Fi Rush, which, according to posts from leadership at Xbox, was a success that reviewed very well, that's now out on multiple platforms. If these two aren't safe with a $3 trillion company backing them, nobody is safe. Nobody in the games industry is safe. No studio you love is safe. Everyone is at risk of being shut down. And that should terrify you. It terrifies me, not just as somebody who works in the games industry, but as somebody who, like, loves a lot of these game studios. Like, this is just so fucking sad. Here's what I wanted to talk about.
It's just what's gonna happen. Like, that's it. That's just the way it is. I mean, Blizzard next? I don't know. No one was supposed to be safe? Yeah, like, I mean, I'm gonna be real. Like, this is a commercial industry where you are selling to an audience. Nobody is safe. Like, and maybe I'm, like, just extremely, what's the word for it? Like, I'm, like, very immune to this, of, like, the stress of it. But as a content creator, holy fuck. People lose their career all the time. It's like you can have somebody that's doing amazing. Think about all the people that during COVID, like for like Among Us, were really popular. And now they're fucking losers and nobody cares about them. That's scary, man. That's really scary. As a content creator, like, you've got to keep in mind, like, I used to worry about that happening to me for years. Years and years and years. This used to bother me. I used to be so, I'm never worried, I'm not worried about it anymore, right? But, like, I used to be, and it was fucking brutal. And so, as a content creator, I hear people talking about this, and I think to myself, yeah, this is the way it's been for a long time. Yeah, that's it. It happens with mergers and acquisitions. Yeah, it happens with everything, right? I mean, if you are in a hyper-competitive environment where you have to sell to consumers and get consumers to buy your product, nobody is safe ever.
Why this is happening and why it's only going to get worse. And there's one real big point of this that I want to discuss. I guess two. Hey, maybe even three. Who knows? So many things to say. Mostly, wow, is this fucking depressing. So the first thing, you will occasionally see a response of, if they just make good games, this won't happen. Should have just made a good game then. That's what happens when you make Redfall. Should have just made a good fucking video game if you didn't want to get shut down. The quality of the video game is irrelevant. The quality of the video game is irrelevant. The quality of the game is not relevant. And that is a thing that I think, like, gamers, people who enjoy video games, myself...
I think it absolutely is, personally. Because, like, at the end of the day, they invest a bunch of money into that game. The game doesn't sell well, it makes the company look bad. I mean, like, then what does matter?
As a video game consumer, should be a lot more concerned about than they are. It is time...
Did my internet die, or is Asmongold doing one of those double takes that he usually does? I'm not watching the video, so it's kind of hard to tell. I think maybe the video stopped. I'll have to go check it out in a sec after this bullshit. There we go. See. Yeah, okay. I may need to update sponsor block.
Back to the video. The quality of the games.
Okay,
is
here we
irrelevant.
go.
Here's something that I think perfectly paints a picture of the landscape that we're in that I have had a lot of people ask me about. This is from March 5th. I am sourcing Gamer in here, and it says Warner Bros. Want to focus on live service games instead of one and done.
I don't know. I mean, I can't see a world where like if Redfall sold as many copies as Power World that they wouldn't have shut the studio down. I don't see a world where that would have happened. I feel like they shut it down because the game was massively unsuccessful. And also, like, the truth is, too, like, it wasn't just massively unsuccessful. It hurt Microsoft and Xbox's brand.
Oh yeah,
as
they
a
have
whole.
like 200
Because they
million.
invested a lot into Redfall.
They're down 200
and
million,
then it turned
aren't
out to
they?
be Red Fail. And Microsoft looks like a bunch of fucking morons.
It's pretty funny.
They doubled down on bad idea. Yeah, exactly. Wasn't Hi-Fi Rush super successful? Well, I'm not talking about that. And I think that also Hi-Fi Rush, I don't know how much money they made on Hi-Fi Rush. I have no idea. I'm not aware of what their margins are on the game.
No, you
it
asshole.
It seems like the game did really well, and I bet they probably did make some money on it. But was it
out of
enough
stamina.
money? I'm not sure. Nobody knows. It won awards. Who cares? Who gives a shit about what people review the game as? Clash of Clans doesn't win awards, but you're not seeing them firing a bunch of people, probably. You're not seeing them shut down Clash of Clans. Awards. Who cares? It's about the money.
About the money.
Titles
Money,
like Hogwarts
money,
Legacy.
money.
This came right after the failure of Suicide Squad and the tremendous success of Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah.
And yet they are still choosing to go live service games instead of one and done titles that were very commercially successful. This is the
I don't think that there should be a focus on live service or one and
No.
done single player games. There should be a
we got the
focus on
shortcut.
creating good product, good quality products, and some good quality products work better in a live service model, and other quality products work better in a single player one and done method. That's it. Like recently I played I played this game, Another Crab's Treasure. Incredible, amazing game. Would 100% recommend it. But it's pretty much a one and done game. I played 16 hours of the game. I had such an incredible, great experience. Also, there are other games that are live service games that I played, and they were really fun. Like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is kind of like, it's like on the edge of like live service and not. Like, let me think. Like, New World's not really like that. No Rest for the Wicked will probably get new updates too. Like, there's no reason to... Like, I hate this dichotomy that people create with live service and single player and one and done games, as if one of them is good and one of them is bad. I hate it. It drives me crazy. It's not about that. It's never been about that.
Oh shit.
reason
Getting
quality
summoned as a
doesn't matter,
hunter.
good
Nice.
doesn't matter. Why are they doing this? Why are they making live service games when they
Yeah.
just had a huge flop, when
That's why I'm
Redfall
about to
just
do a boss
flopped?
fight.
Why is there this focus on this thing that is clearly
And
not
I get
working
summoned in
when you could
midair,
instead
like,
make something
falling
like
down.
Hogwarts Legacy, which is a huge IP that
If you took the Suicide Squad campaign and the game just had that, it would be worse. If you removed every function of live service out of Suicide Squad, the game would have been even worse than it was.
a lot of fans enjoyed.
It was
the-
delayed because it was so bad. Remember,
Where's
it's getting
this guy?
filtered by Duchess
Usually they
of
spawn
Slack
over
Time.
here, so
Oh,
maybe it's
that's
like
the
an
boss I
AFK.
one-shot. Yeah, I remember that.
AFK dude.
Answer is the reality of the industry that we're in right now, and why I think things are going to get so much worse for
Let's see.
gamers.
Where is
Every
this guy?
single AAA game right now is a risk. Making any game that is
There
that
is a
expensive
red
to
spawn
make
over here.
is a risk. Making a
Of course.
Hogwarts Legacy, huge risk. The reality of going live service, which I'm sure we're going
Oh,
to see so
shit.
much of,
It's getting
instead of
shit out of
going
me.
for more games like Hogwarts Legacy, which again you would have considered a success, is that it is less risky for
He's
it
still
to
on
fail.
the edge.
Hey there, Game of Future Alana here. I feel like I could have phrased this
I'm edging.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
a little more succinctly. Both sides are risks. It's just that
Why are you
one
following me?
risk
I'm
has
the hunter. You're
potentially
following your
exponential
broken
gain. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the live service.
It's risky to make a AAA game live service or single player. Both are hugely risky. It's just that the risk has more of a chance of paying off with like
hop
an
out here.
infinite amount of money if you go live service. Does that make sense? Arcane could have made Dishonored.
Yeah, sure, of course that makes sense. Microsoft said it sold well. They publicly said that it hit the marks they hoped it would hit. It was a budget, small-term game that was for $30. Microsoft just lied about everything with Tango Games, it seems. I think that if you listen to the exact words that they use, if you had me listen to those words,
The invaders AFK.
it's kind of like what I said earlier with Phil Spencer, if you guys were watching then, with Phil Spencer saying a lot of people were expecting them to make this other game, but I was okay with them doing Hi-Fi Rush.
Invader
There is a lot of
defeated. Whoa,
implication
they
of
killed
that.
the invader too, really?
And I think that it might seem like that's what they said, but
does
if
it
you
just
look
get
at the
defeated
exact words they
when-
use, I think it might be something different. Like, for example, it could have made a lot of sales, but the sales were on a margin that was extremely low, so they didn't view it to be something that they thought was good investing in. That's what happens. There's a lot of ways it can make sense. It's all PR. Yeah, everything that they talk about, they're going to say it in a way that makes them look good. And it makes their decisions look good. So they're never going to come out and say something was bad unless there is nothing else that they can possibly say, like with Suicide Squad.
3, and it could have gotten 10 out of 10s, and players could have loved it.
And another factor with this is that regardless of how well Hi-Fi Rush did or did not do in the eyes of the public, none of us have access to their balance sheets. None of us know how much money they made. And I think that if we saw those balance sheets and we saw how much money the company was making, I bet that would make a lot more sense. Or the data. Yeah, we don't know what the data is.
If it didn't make an unfathomable amount of money, and that's the reality that we're in, it's like just profit isn't enough. It has to be year-over-year profit. These companies have to make more money than they did last year because of capitalism. So
She's making a very good point here, and this is a huge problem. It's not really because of capitalism, it's because of greed and the way that shareholder expectations are. They're built around quarterly profits. Because, like, there are companies like Japan, right? Like, there are a lot of Japanese companies that exist in a capitalistic economy, but they don't have this problem. I think it's culture, and it's accountability.
Being successful is not enough. So any AAA game that you make that does not have a live service component, that doesn't have built-in battle passes, doesn't have built-in microtransactions, doesn't have an option for a bunch of players who act as whales to spend a whole lot of money and continually support the ecosystem.
Absolutely. I get Geriatric mastery now. I heard it's really good.
It is a better financial bet from these companies that are businesses
level.
and see
No, wait,
themselves
I
as
can't use these
businesses at this
souls.
point. They don't see themselves as creative outlets. They don't see themselves as
Never mind.
art. The dev teams do. The publishers don't. You can have a studio make a really good...
To be fair, it's kind of the publisher's job. The publisher's job is about looking at a creative project and figuring out how
What's
to
up with
make
this
that make
sprint
sense
animation?
business-wise.
It looks like I have poop in my pants.
That's part of the job of a publisher.
I just realized, just like
obviously
how
there's a lot of
derpy
other
it
things
looks.
too, but that is a
like
big
from
part
the
of
back at least.
game that is a one-and-done title like a Hogwarts Legacy that people really, really like, but it's still a random
Got some
risk of
poo-poo
if
in
it
my
will take off
pants.
or if people will play it or if enough people will spend
Like
money
Donald
on it.
Trump
So
at
it
the
is
trial.
a safer bet from a business standpoint to attempt a live service game, which may be cheaper in some ways, might not be in other ways, and to potentially have it blow up and get huge and make a bunch of money from a recurring and dedicated player base than it is to take the AAA single-player risk.
I think that's probably true, but there's also a bigger risk with live service in terms of the product as well. Like, after the product is released, for example, Elden Ring, let's say they had 1,000 people working on Elden Ring. After Elden Ring was made, they probably had 10 or 5 people working on it, or 20 people. Like, I'm just saying, like, in terms of proportions. But with something like Suicide Squad, you had 1,000 people working on it, and there's probably still 200 people working on it after that, or 400 people working on it, because live service games imply a continual investment of time and money. And that's one of the big issues, is that whenever you get into a live service game, you also commit to live service. Like, you see this happen with Diablo. This is what's happening, like, and that's why games go end of service, which is whenever the game basically dies and they shut down the servers. So I think live service games in a lot of cases can actually be extremely expensive in the long term.
No amount of quality guarantees income to the level of income that they have come to expect. The live service game could fail, but it failing is still a better risk to take than making a AAA single-player one-and-done experience at this point. The quality of the games doesn't matter. Anyone can get laid off and shut down, except for a studio.
The quality of the game doesn't matter, but I bet if the company made as much money as Pow World did, they wouldn't be fired. That's the truth. The quality is not relevant. It's the money that the game makes that's relevant.
Someone just
because
needs to make a
Microsoft
game
is a
about
business.
like having sex with Pokemon.
That's the truth. And again, we
They should
don't
stop
know what
beating
the
around the
balance
bush.
sheets are. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe she might know. I'm not sure. I don't think anybody else does either.
Making a live service game that is continuously getting profit. Now, we're also in a unique landscape right now that I think has just caught up to these executives. Touched on this on a stream the other night, but what you're currently in is a time war. This is a very new thing. I think COVID really kicked this into overdrive. This isn't a games industry thing anymore. This is a entertainment in general thing where they are all warring for your time. Your Xbox is also competing against your Netflix, is competing against your Twitter, is competing against your Instagram for the most amount of time they can get from you. And
Do you think the games industry is going to crash? No, I think actually the opposite. I think the games industry is doing incredibly well. But it's doing well from the perspective of a consumer. For somebody who works in the games industry, it is incredibly probably unsettling and stressful. But as a consumer of video games, I feel like we are being served extremely well. Like, there are so many new games. Like, think about it. Like, in the last week, Hades 2 has come out. Donkey's new game has come out. Who knows if that's going to be good or not. That Crab game came out. I'm pretty sure maybe two and a half weeks. Maybe 3 weeks. V Rising finally released. Like, there's new games coming out now faster, more frequently than ever. And the quality also, like, so this used to be the quality of AAA games, and this used to be the quality of indie games. And now, this is the quality of indie games, and, I mean, to be realistic, this is probably the quality of AAA games, but even then, they are closer together. The quality of an indie game is better now than it was 10 years ago. And the quality of an indie game 10 years ago is infinitely better than it was 10 years before then. And that's what I'm trying to say. The truth is that these massive studios that have these huge $100 million budgets on video games are just simply not agile enough to exist in the market that's emerging now. You're seeing these small games that are coming out that are made by just a handful of people, or in some cases, one person.
Ooh,
and they just completely sweep the market in some cases.
No
or
way.
They make a tremendous amount of money.
That's crazy.
Because people don't necessarily care about, like, facial movements of the characters in cutscenes. A lot of AAA studios focus on things that gamers don't actually see value in. And that's, again, going back to the, it wins awards for this. Winning awards doesn't make money. You know what makes money? Selling the fucking game. That's what matters. And if you don't sell the fucking game, then nothing else matters.
Every single one of these entertainment services is
Helps it,
designed
though?
to get as much time from you as possible to prevent you from clicking away.
And generally, they're hand in hand, but don't ever forget which one comes first.
Services is designed to get as much time from you as possible to prevent you from clicking away, to make sure that once you engage, you stay engaged.
Yeah.
And that is very difficult for a game that ends in 20 hours. It is really hard for them to keep you coming back to that same service repeatedly, day after day, when you have spare time. They want you to be opening up your Xbox and looking at the Microsoft Store, seeing things advertised to you, or potentially spending money.
Well, this is a great example, right? I mean, look at the look. Oh, you want to buy
Well
the
played,
Dragonflight
well played.
expansion?
Actually, I've
Oh
done
my
the
God, you can
breakfast
buy
and
this
shit.
right now, and then look at the trading post again. Got some classics are gonna buy. Oh my God, look at all the games are gonna play. These are the games. Holy shit!
Holy
Yes,
shit.
this is why these companies want their own launcher. It's so they can spam you with ads. It's the same thing with Microsoft. Sony does it. Xbox does it. Everybody does it. Nintendo does it.
Holy shit.
Look at the Epic Edition. Oh my God, you gotta buy the Epic Edition. Oh, Jesus. Games also take much longer. Games also take much longer to make now. Games do take a long time to make, but there are also games that are developed quite quickly as well. I think that games take way longer to make. Like, AAA development, in my opinion, I think is too slow. I don't know why it's too slow. I've never worked in a AAA game studio. But they're taking too long.
It's because of middle
That's it.
management. And,
It has to be shorter.
and
I don't know
shitty
how you do
execs
this, but you have to
holding
do
everyone back. That's why I asked.
On microtransactions instead of
That's
spending
just
time
how
on
it is.
Instagram or TikTok. You are in an enormous time war where the most valuable currency that you as a consumer have is your time, and you are competing against multi-trillion-dollar corporations. What does it mean? for your time. They are doing everything they can, throwing every resource at you that they can to consume.
Don't ever get demoralized that you're competing against a multi-trillion-dollar company. Just make a good game. That's it. Just make a good game that's fun and enjoyable, and people will play the game.
I'm getting inspiration.
Doesn't matter how much money you
getting
have.
inspired as
Look at something like Undertale, Lethal Company, Vampire Survivors.
Holy shit, he's right.
Make a good game.
Oh my
every
god.
second that you have. It sucks. Like I don't think
Stardew
this is
Valley.
fixable.
There
I
it
think
is.
that
Okay,
this
let's
is
go
like just and yeah, the
here.
appeal of live service spans a lot of facets of the game's
And
industry,
then
but
I
it's
should be able
really
to
that it
come
can
in
steal
high.
all of your time all the time. It
That's
can
what it does
compensate
for
you.
me.
They can do something.
Yeah.
to
Oh,
get
he's
you
so
to spend
smart.
all of
Why
your
is he
time
so
on it,
smart?
thus
Oh my god,
potentially
he's
increase
dodging
the amount
too.
of times you will spend money on that. It's
dodging.
Making a good game is irrelevant. Making
He knows
a
how
great
to
story
dodge.
that you can play for 15 hours is irrelevant.
And there is also a part of this that I think is completely true. Because keep in mind, do you want to hear what a good game with a great story is? I'm speaking from not experience, just from secondhand. I never played it myself. Alan Wake 2. Let me
I've
go
never
ahead and show
played
you guys
Alan Wake
something.
2. I have
so
no idea
if you
what
take
Alan
a look
Wake
at
is.
this, despite strong sales, the budget still has not been made back for Alan Wake 2.
Oh shit, that sucks.
Alan Wake 2 still has not earned back its budget. Because you're right. The quality of the game doesn't matter. The sales of the game matter. Now, generally, quality and sales go hand in hand. Multiple reasons, because it's on Epic. They decided to put it on Epic. It's not like it's on Epic Game Store, like, you know, they flipped a coin. This was a business decision that they made.
They want as much of your time as possible. Think about what you do with your time.
Yeah.
So a couple of other facets of this that I want to touch on. And this is a very doom and gloom video. I know it is. I'm just really
love
sad.
these.
Like I feel like I'm watching an industry that I love die. Single player games are not dying. Like it's not happening 100% across the board. There's still a lot of value.
It's not happening at all. The idea that single player games are dying is just not true. The problem with single player games is that Hogwarts Legacy, I think, was like kind of like, you know, there was like the J.K. Rowling drama, the whole like transphobia shit. The game looked really good. It was one of the first games that was made with like that high definition like Unreal 5 style
Hogwarts has, like,
graphics
light
at the
bleeding.
time.
Really
And
bad
it also
RTX,
was a
performed
good
like
game.
shit.
So all
I
of
don't
these
know
things come together,
why
and guess
people
what
like
happens?
Hogwarts Legacy.
People are going to buy the game. And also, like, Harry Potter is one of the biggest IPs in the
Everyone's
entire world.
Grown past
I
Harry
feel like it's
Potter.
probably one of the best IPs, the best-selling IP, probably ever. So, yeah, maybe not as much as Star Wars, but it's pretty damn close. People love Harry Potter, right? So, in a general sense, there are a lot of single-player games that are massively successful. Absolutely. But the problem is that if you're investing $200 million or $100 million into a single-player game, you have less points that you can monetize on. Because you can't sell a battle pass for it. You can't make that money back. And so, like, it's a different type of challenge.
For certain companies, like that's not. I'm not.
Everyone's
not all
reality
of them
shifting
are
in Harry
going
Potter?
to die,
Well,
and
yeah,
that's
think
the thing
about what that
everyone's been saying
says.
for a long time. But obviously, there is an overwhelming shift in that direction. Okay, so like, I'm not saying they're
Is
all
Pokemon
gone.
bigger? Yeah, Pokemon's
It's
a lot
just
bigger.
a WB, a third-party publisher, especially. You're probably going to see more of them make the changes that they've just said that they're going to make. That's it, because it's less financially risky. So the second part, see a lot of people say time for indies to rise up. The indie space has got it. Indies are going to kill
Yes.
it. Let's keep playing indies. They're the creative ones anyway. I have terrible news for you, my
Uh-oh.
friend. Things are just as bad in the indie space. Indie studios shut down all the time. You just don't hear about them because you
Yeah.
haven't heard of them. It makes news headlines when Arcane
Well,
shut
I think it's true that indie games are popping up more regularly. And, like, we're seeing more successful indie games now than, I think, 5 years ago. And I think that, like, if you look at the amount of them that are coming out and the amount of them that are successful, you're seeing a higher success rate of indie games because I think indie games now have way more tools to make games better. Like, my understanding is that the Crab game that I played was developed by 13 people. Is that correct? Someone says 11 people. There it is. I bet 10, 15 years ago that would not have been possible.
down. It doesn't make news headlines when the indie studio you haven't heard of shuts down. Facet of the industry is no less volatile than AAA is right now. they're in the same place. In fact,
Oh,
it's
it
really
is.
hard for indies to get publishers right now. It's very difficult for indie games to get funded right now. The indie space being some haven where this is not happening, and they
This
can
is
be
one of the
creative.
reasons why we do Pixel Pitch, right? Because like we know that like obviously because Bad Mushroom and you know like we've published games at this point, we're doing that. It's rough, man. It is. It is really fucking hard. And the problem is that a lot of people have good ideas for games, but there are like so many other things that need to happen in order for that game to actually finally get finished. Especially if you're like a solo dev or you've only got 3 people working on it.
I
If
gotta
one of
stop
those
playing
people
Elden
has something
Ring
come up
for
in
my
their
game
life
to
and they can't
finish.
work anymore on the game, the
It's
game
gonna
could
be
just be dead.
impossible to finish.
So like just the day
No
to
way am I
day,
gonna
like
finish
just
Project
keep
Nova.
putting, you know, one foot in front of another
God,
is so hard to
it's
do.
so depressing.
Yeah, money. And also a lot of them don't have money.
What's
Creatively
money?
expressive. Not
That's the
true,
thing.
unfortunately. A lot of indies are
Is that
falling
like
right now.
runes
It's
And
or
we
not
something?
going
also
to continue to
we're trying to like I don't want to promise anything, okay, guys? But like there's a good chance that we'll be able to increase the money that we can give people and developers for
I
these
wanna do
games.
that. Let's do that.
We're gonna keep being able to do this more. I think a lot of people like this is probably me oversharing, but a lot of people like in terms of like industry people have really been happy about it, and people that are like involved in investing and stuff, so people that actually have the money, right? Very very happy about it, and so there's a good chance that that's gonna happen.
right now as well. There are some AAA game devs who've like been talking about leaving AAA and going to indie to save this, and every time that I see that, I'm like, dude, please talk to people who actually work in the indie space before you
Because they
like
need
jump ship and leave
funding,
AAA to go
that's
straight
the
to indie.
thing.
Because while they will fight
They're like,
harder to
"Oh,
keep
no, I need
everybody,
money
like indies
to
have a
actually
lot less
make my
people,
game."
so the individual people are more valuable, paid less but more valuable usually. They're less
I
likely to lay
need
people off
money
because they're
to
more likely to
work.
shutter the whole project. Indie is no
Yeah.
more safe. Indie is absolutely no more safe right now. The third point is to the response of what about Baldur's Gate 3? People will say, what about a Baldur's Gate 3? Or
You
what
don't need
about
money.
Legend of Zelda
You just
Tears of the
fucking
Kingdom?
do it.
These are certainly still games that are
Whoops.
going to come out and will still exist, and studios that have huge legacies. FromSoft can get away with this.
Well, I mean, come on. Like, I mean, no, didn't Sven from Larian say that he had to like take out extra loans and they were basically living on a prayer with Baldur's Gate 3 on the development? He said like, yeah, I had to keep taking out loans and you know, like we didn't know if we'd be able to have the studio space in like 2
Actually,
weeks. Like,
let's
bro,
not
they were
Melania just
they
yet.
were on the razor's edge. Yeah, same with No Man's Sky. Exactly, yeah. Thought that was for Divinity? Well, if it was, then it's the same thing. Divinity was very successful too. Yeah, they went bankrupt a few times. Yeah, that's bad.
Larian can get away with this. A Nintendo can get away with this. They have huge legacies, big IP.
I think also whenever people say like different IPs and different companies can get away with it, there's like definitely a really big survivorship bias because there are a lot of companies that try to get away with it and then they don't.
And very focused leadership that is almost fighting against the climate. Those games are still going to exist, but they are exceptions. And so what I'm saying is the only way to get a Baldur's Gate 3 or an Elden Ring is to be a studio with a huge legacy, with a very experienced, knowledgeable team, and usually an IP. Usually. Because for vast majority of studios who tried to do what Alarian did with Baldur's Gate 3, it's going to shut at the studio. It's not going
I mean, it 100%.
to work. That risk's too high, they are going to fail, and they are going to shut down. And Sven, the head of Larian, has said so many wonderful things. His GDC acceptance speeches, his Game Awards acceptance speeches, where he's just calling out the industry for being greedy and for not having to do what they're doing. He's 100% right. Like, the industry is choosing to shut these studios down. They're lying to you when they're saying it's a necessity. It's a choice. It's a choice.
She's right about this. I think that the reason why the studios do it is because they want to save money. I don't think that it's a necessity either, and I think that's the problem with like that's kind of what I was talking about with like at least like some of like the Japanese culture, it seems like with these other companies, that they are more willing, like there isn't a constant fixation on making more and more and more money. It's like at a certain point you're doing well and things are okay, but over here that's just not the way things are. That's why you try to remain independent? Yeah, maybe.
Because the profits are not high enough. The area where it is a
Yeah,
necessity
there it is.
is that they just answer to the stock market. It's not like it's a group of people in a room sitting there and being individually evil and saying, let's fucking tank the whole games industry, live service, let's get as much money as possible. Like, it'd be way easier if that was true. But really, it's just a bunch of people whose jobs it is to appeal to shareholders, to appeal to the stock market, just doing that because their whole job is to make sure ARA go up. I'm like, even if one of those executives were to look at a Baldur's Gate 3 and be like, huh, that did really well.
Well, would you, like, I mean, well, let's be realistic, right? Would you want to invest in something like Baldur's Gate 3? Another game that would have the same potential as that? Probably not. Because it's so risky. It's insanely fucking risky. It's crazy. So yeah, no, you can't blame them for that.
Try and do that. The next executive next to them would slap them because any live service game that is successful is infinitely more successful.
It will be.
It's so much more successful than Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
It makes so much more money. That why would you make even the
Yeah, I bet Honkai Star Rail makes infinitely more money, like multiplicative numbers more money than Baldur's Gate 3 makes.
The single player experience that was expensive when you could make the live service game that's expensive that has more potential gain. Right? I'm sorry about this video. So what do you do? What do you do? The only thing I think you can do is buy games you like. Think about what you put your time toward.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to support a studio, just buy the game. Buy the game and get your friends to buy the game. Whenever I see a game come out and I feel like it's a good game, I'll play the game on my stream. I'll try it out. I'll see if it's any good. Yeah.
And buy games you like. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot of positive shit to say for you. It's bad. The things don't make enough money, and the risks are too big. That's my nice uplifting video for today, you guys.
Wow.
Hope you all feel great. I'm just really sad. I'm just really sad. If you're gonna fucking shut down Tango.
What's Tango? Is that another
Hi-Fi
studio?
Rush was so good, and it just. What's the point? What the fuck are we doing? By the way, I'm so sorry that I had to put an ad read in this video. I had to for time reasons, like it was required. That also. Oh.
So here's really where we're at.
It's like just
here's reality. The games that like Hi-Fi Rush, we don't know how much money Hi-Fi Rush made. We don't know what the money is. We don't know what the balance sheet says. I don't know what it says. But I bet the people at Microsoft know what it says. I bet they have an idea. And I don't know about this. But the fact that they haven't kicked 343 Studios to the curb when they probably should have for Halo makes me think that maybe that studio wasn't making as much money as they made people believe it was. They know every detail. They know everything about it. Game Pass day one kills sales? I'm sure it does. I'm sure, but there's probably... Don't you think that they have a way to, like, itemize the value of a game bringing people to Game Pass? They obviously have a way to do that. They're tracking everybody's behavior on Game Pass at all times through, like, 50 different algorithms. Like, this is Microsoft, guys. Like, this is a multi-trillion-dollar company. Of course they have that. So if the game has a tremendous amount of players on Game Pass, then that's going to be amortized or like weighted against its bad sales. Of course that's what they're going to do. Yeah, they probably do, to be honest. Well, I mean, no. It's like if you were making Game Pass, would you do that? Of course you would. Would you want to figure out what games are people playing on Game Pass? Of course you'd want to know that. So think about what Microsoft is doing. They're probably so much farther ahead of that. Yeah, they get up money front for the contract. Yeah, exactly. If they don't release on Game Pass, no one would know if the game even got popular in the first place. Well, it depends, right? Hi-Fi Rush sold 2 million, which is not bad, SAG, and also Game Pass. It might not be bad, but we don't know what the margin on that money is. If you sell 2 million copies and you make $3 every copy, that's $6 million. Is that a lot of money? Yes. Is that a lot of money for Microsoft? Maybe not. So yeah, 30? No, I'm talking about profit, right? How much money are you actually making back? Yeah, they budgeted 20 million, so no? Yeah, I don't know. The companies know that they're going to get sued and do it anyways. I mean, if you're gonna finish Hi-Fi Rush, it's a fun game. I might finish it. I don't know. I mean, I thought the game was good. It wasn't amazing. Like, I thought it was just it was a good, solid game. I liked the game. There's nothing I really thought was problematic about it. I'm not really much into rhythm games, okay? Like, I'm a white guy. I don't have any rhythm. So, it's not my thing. However, you know, I think the game's quality. It's a good game. I'll link you guys the video. I think she brings up some good points, but I also think that this would have never happened if Hi-Fi Rush sold as many copies as Palworld. I think it would not have happened
really likes
if Redfall was successul.
I bet he likes
If
fucking
Redfall
Pikachu.
was as successful as Helldivers 2, that company would not have been ended. It's just it. It wouldn't have happened. Who decides what's a good game before it releases? I mean, like, it's sent out to reviewers. People are able to see videos of it. People make a decision. That's all there is to it. So, yeah. But they can't be successful with the current climate and format. I don't know why they can or can't be successful. Like, at the end of the day, the company isn't going to care. Like, I mean, they should, but they're probably not going to care about that. It doesn't really matter. Like, you can come up with as many reasons that you want for why you didn't succeed, but the bottom line is going to be that you didn't succeed. That's the only thing that matters at the end of the day. And if you don't meet the market demand, if you're not bringing home the bacon,
Oh, I know what I can do.
then you're done.
There we go. Perfect.
Whee!
Terrifying. Truly terrifying. More cosmetics? Hell yeah. Traveler's clothes. That might be light load. We'll see. How much does it weigh? I think it's heavier, right? Pretty sure. If I can find it. Wait, what? Where did? Oh, here it is. 3.1. Yeah. Pretty chunky. 1.7. This is lighter. 1.6. They look nice though. Millicent's pants look really good. 0.5. Okay, so I can't use these runes. We'll delete them. Whoops.
Game, or no, it's actually not true. Donkey's publishing company published a game called Animal Well. It came out today. I'm gonna play it in probably like just a little bit here. I want to look and see what the game's like. I hope it's good. I hope it's fun. Is it sponsored? No, I'm playing it for free. Well, it is sponsored. I've reacted to his videos before. It's the least I could do, right? Okay, scary game. I have no idea what to expect with this. I don't know anything about this game. Keep the scan lines? Sure. You know what? It was the artistic intention is for the scan lines to exist, so I'll keep them on at the beginning because that's the way the game was supposed to look. And if it's annoying later on, I'll turn it off. Here we go. 2 rabbits.
You're back. Hello.
Is that bad?
Hello.
B, wake up.
Hello,
Okay.
back.
I'm up, bitch. Okay. Can I get that? All right. Oh. What's this? Chest. Clover egg. Find a secret egg. Okay. Sorry about that.
Basically almost done here.
Okay. Let's go over
I
this
would
way.
have been done already if I weren't playing
I
Elden
have to go
Ring.
after this squirrel. What happens if I go in the water? Okay, that's what happens if I go in the water. I die. What does this do? Alright. There's nothing else I can really do here. Let me go up to the top. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing, by the way. Ooh, I don't think I can quite make it over there. No, there's no way. Okay, let's go up. Oh my god. Crank? Turn crank. Ooh, I see, I see. Why can't go up there? Oh, maybe it's just for me to get across. Blocked. Okay, so like, now what do I do? Am I stuck? Okay. Oh, shit! Okay. Okay, never mind. I go down here. But now I can't go down here. Yellow buttons? Wait, yellow buttons? There are no yellow buttons, right? Yeah, there's no yellow buttons at all. Jump up? I can't. Bro, I'm fucking stuck. Duck jump. I'm hitting everything. Far right.
Weird collar cave.
Wait. Wait, what? What the fuck? Oh my... Oh! Okay. I didn't assume that's where I was supposed to go. Alright, let's... Hey, let's go ahead... Would you like to save war progress? Yes. Let's just follow the fucking squirrel, guys. Yeah, let's just follow the fucking squirrel. I think that seems like a good idea. Okay. Okay. I got it. Okay, let's go up here.
That's actually pretty scary. The jump attacks. I'm gonna pause Asmongold just because too much game noises. Actually, you know what? It's fine.
Oh, this is that door. Okay. Alright, we'll go this way. What the hell is this? Pick firecracker. X throw. Okay, so firecrackers are like bombs. Oh! Let me throw one and see what happens.
Gotcha, it's okay.
Okay,
it's
that's
just,
usually
the
what
game.
happens whenever you throw a firecracker.
It's just,
that makes sense.
oh no, that's dead. Is he? No, that was still like sliver of health.
Ooh, I killed the bitch.
Gotcha, it's okay. It's just Asmongold.
Nice.
He's killing people in a game. It's very distressing.
Okay. Fuck. Okay. Alright, so we'll go back over to here. Save again.
Aw.
And now we're gonna kill this guy.
Whoa.
Ooh, get out of here, bitch. Okay, good. And now we're gonna turn the crank again. Perfect. Nice. Oh! What's in the box? What is the map button? There it is. Okay. Oh, wow. All right. All that makes sense. I guess the red thing is where I died. Okay, let's go back up. I want to throw a firecracker at the rabbit. I think he deserves it. Oh, unlit candle. Well...
It's okay,
Ooh, wait.
Cho-Cho.
I actually did that completely on accident.
Cho-Cho really doesn't like the sound of the
Okay.
firework. whatever Asmon's doing.
So how do I light a candle? Not by jumping off the edge.
Let's see. Is that actually deep enough? I probably don't need to do the
I hit the wrong button.
inner portion. Just like these, right? I think it's deep enough. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely deep
Right.
enough. Okay.
No
Let's
help?
make sure
Okay,
that
that's
it's
fine, that's fine. I don't want help. I'll
like,
figure it out.
actually good to duplicate before we duplicate it over.
This is a game made for a fucking
Let's do a
Atari.
double check.
If I can't figure this shit out by myself, I don't know what to say. Okay. So here we are. And Mr. Rabbit is here. And I can't go this way.
We gotta listen to something else.
We'll pick up the
besides just like
firecracker
gameplay.
again.
What is there to
And
listen
we'll
to?
die. Okay. Got it. Bro, it's still unlit? How? I'm gonna try and jump up and hit it. Okay, that doesn't work.
What is this? Tectone's lost long brother.
OTK Tectone impersonation.
All right, boys. Welcome to my shareholders meeting. There's a number of business propositions that I do want to run through with you guys, but the first thing I want to do is I want to fix kind of a serious problem within our organization as it stands currently. Right now, I'll be honest, guys. I mentioned it before. Our Twitter game is garbage. Okay, we have our content creators literally just
Nick, bro, look at Nick.
reposting OTK ad tweets with
Joe,
not
you
even
should
a
go to
quote
sleep.
retweet
It's already
included
2
in it.
a.m.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to point anyone out specifically, but like it might be because some
Give me
of
a
us
sec,
have
I need to go-
cancelable faces.
That's
So
me.
I'm gonna start
That-
with
I need to
Soda
go put
Oh, yeah.
Chocho to
on this
bed.
one.
Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back.
Honestly, Soda, I'm just gonna fix your Twitter right now, man. It's actually a super simple solution. Fortunately, you have a
Actually, I
really
don't want to listen to this. Tectone's voice is annoying. Or whoever is shouting. Guess we can listen to the rest of Fall of Pharaohs.
With foreign dignitaries coming from all over the region,
There we go.
with large entourages and doubtless groups of slaves in tow, a deadly dose of this disease arrived that year in the heart of Egypt, and from there would have spread all up and down the Nile. If Akhenaten had hoped that this ceremony would secure his people's confidence in his new god, then it couldn't have backfired more dramatically. In the pandemic that followed, no one was safe. Numerous deaths may even have occurred within Akhenaten's family, perhaps including his mother, his wife, and 3 of his daughters. And if the situation was so severe, even in the relatively protected royal court, we can assume that in the population at large, the effects were even more devastating. For the people of Egypt, this incomprehensible disaster must have seemed like the judgment of the old gods on the man who had so arrogantly turned his back on them. Akhenaten died only a few years later, around 1335 BC, after 17 years of rule. After his death, some members of his family attempted to maintain the cult of the Aten in the now plague-ravaged new capital of Akhetaten. They would take turns to rule for the next 4 years, but seemingly without much success. Now the whole empire seemed like it was teetering on the brink of collapse. But eventually, one of Akhenaten's sons, a boy of only 8 years old, came to the throne. His father had given him the hopeful name Tutankhaten, or living image of the Aten, but he would not rule under it for long. Turning his back on his father's new faith and to enormous celebration around the empire, in the 3rd year of his rule, he changed his name to the one we now remember him by, the living image not of Aten, but of the old god Amun, now triumphantly welcomed back by the people of Egypt. His name was Tutankhamun. As symbolized by his change of name, the boy king Tutankhamun rode back a great number of his father's attempted reforms. He ended all worship of the god Aten and reinstated Amun to supremacy in Thebes. Tutankhamun lifted the ban on the cults of other gods and restored the traditional privileges of the priesthood. Many temples to the Aten in Thebes and elsewhere were torn down, and their painted bricks were used as filler in the walls of other temples. Everyone seemed to be in agreement. The whole sorry business of Akhenaten was better off forgotten. Today, the boy king Tutankhamun is perhaps the most famous of all the Egyptian pharaohs, more famous than the great Khufu and Khafre of Giza, or the pharaohs Djoser and Snefru, who perfected the pyramid form. He's more famous than Kamosa or Ahmosa, who reunited the kingdom and expelled the Hyksos, more famous than his colourful father Akhenaten, or the great queen Hatshepsut. But there's nothing in his reign that really warrants that level of recognition. In fact, this boy king died while still a teenager, after only 9 years of rule. He does seem to have been a good king, and popular, and set Egypt back on course after his father's erratic reign. But the source of his fame was really one of absolute historical accident. When he died in 1323 BC, the boy king Tutankhamun was buried in a tomb in the Valley of the Kings. It was not a particularly resplendent royal tomb, and a far cry from the glorious pyramids of the Old Kingdom. But shortly after it was sealed, there was a chance flash flood in this portion of the necropolis, and the doorway to the tomb was buried in sand and rock. This left it completely concealed.
Okay, let's go see
For the
how
next
this looks.
3,300 years, tomb robbers would scour the Valley of the Kings, stealing from nearly every one of the great pharaohs' tombs, making away with their treasures, removing their mummies, and despoiling their decorations. But buried in the sand, Tutankhamun's tomb remained sealed. For this reason, it was completely untouched until the year 1922, when it was uncovered by the Egyptologist
then we'll save
Howard
it again.
Carter, and all its artifacts were recovered to international astonishment. Today, the most
Delete
glorious
this.
of these, the golden burial mask of Tutankhamun, is one of the most famous objects from the ancient world, a resplendent image of royal wealth and power. At times, it can be hard to remember that this golden image is also a portrait of a boy who had power thrust upon him in a time of upheaval and strife, looking up at us from the dark depths of the ages. The new kingdom of Egypt would reach its highest point around 50 years after the reign
Are the
of
eyes the
Tutankhamun.
same? I need to
It
go
would
check
come
this.
during the rule of perhaps the greatest
Like, are the
Egyptian pharaoh.
eyes
He came to the
same
throne
location? Because I
under
can
the
use the
name
same.
Ramesses.
I can use the same low poly as the human eyes if they're basically in the same location. Oh. Okay, well, I'll open the vampires. Probably delete this. Delete the decimation. Oh. And then open up the humans. We'll just import the human eyes over. See if they're basically the same as... They should be the same. I think they are basically exactly the same. Yeah. They're in the exact same location as the vampire eyes. Okay. So that means we can just import the low poly of the human eyes over. We'll just copy this. New eyes LP. And yeah, it looks like it fits just fine. I need to adjust the eyelid a little bit, but we can do that with like low poly adjustments. Don't need to do it right now. Oh, we got summoned as a hunter. Oh, and we got sent back. It's a bonfire duelist. Let's go block him. Okay. Actually, that's enough Elden Ring now. We've played enough.
Second, but he would go down in history as Ramses the Great. Ramesses came to the throne at the age of 14 in 1279
Yeah, it looks
BC.
like I need to move the
At the
lower
time,
eyelid
Egypt's
out.
Mediterranean coast was being ravaged by groups of pirates, and he spent much of his early rule dealing with this nuisance. But he is most famous for pushing the boundaries of Egypt far to the north, into the region of Syria. Over the preceding centuries, a powerful rival had grown up in the mountains of what is today Turkey, and was steadily spreading its influence in all directions. This was the powerful Hittite Empire, centered on their hill fortress capital of Hattusha. The Hittites were a relatively new power in the region, but their territory was wealthy and extensive. They had mastered the use of chariots in warfare, turning them from light hit-and-run vehicles into heavy armored shock troops. And for the last 2 centuries, Egypt had been fighting increasingly bitter wars with them over who would control the region of Palestine. In the 4th year of his reign, Ramses II gathered an expeditionary force and marched across the Sinai Desert to Gaza, and from there marched north. One epic poem written about this expedition exults in the enormous force that Ramses brought.
His Majesty journeyed northward, his infantry and chariotry with him.
Okay.
He began to
What about
march on the
upper
good
eyelid?
way. Every foreign country was trembling before him. Their chiefs were bringing their
It's
tribute,
okay, I
and all
guess.
the rebels were coming, bowing down through dread of the personality of his Majesty.
Ramesses' aim was to capture the strong fortress city of Kadesh, situated along the sandy banks on a fork of the Orontes River. For years now, Kadesh had been playing the Hittites and Egypt off against one another, allying first with one, then the other. Now, Ramesses was determined to finally seize Kadesh for Egypt. He marched north with 4 of his divisions, named after the gods Amun, Ra, Seth, and Ptah. With him, he brought thousands
what?
of chariots, and one unit of elite chariot
what
riders
happened?
he sent by sea, telling them to land on the coast and ride inland to meet him on the day that he arrived at Kadesh.
What the fuck?
At first, everything seemed to be going well. On his way,
we'll
the
delete
pharaoh's
this.
scouts captured a pair of tribesmen from the
I don't know why
Shasu
everything
people,
is flipped.
who told him that the Hittite king was cowering further to the north. He was
What the
afraid
heck was
of the
that?
might of Egypt, they said. He had left Kadesh defenseless. Excited by this news,
What the
Ramesses
hell?
threw all caution
What
to
was
the
that?
wind
Everything's like
and
flipped
hastened
now?
northward to seize the city with only one of his 4 divisions, his prided Amun troops. But this would prove to be a fatal mistake. Ramesses didn't know it yet, but these Shasu tribesmen were actually agents of the Hittite king,
That's very
sent
weird.
to lure him into a trap.
Okay. Well,
When he arrived at Kadesh, Ramesses
I guess it
set up
isn't
his
like
camp beside a
decimation.
stony brook, and his scouts set out into the surrounding landscape
let's
to
grab this
detect
then.
any threats.
Should be
Some of
low
these
poly enough
scouts
anyway.
ran into a pair of Hittite soldiers who had been lying low in the undergrowth, watching them. They skirmished, and the Egyptians managed to capture the Hittites. After perhaps a stern beating, these men revealed what lay waiting for the Egyptians nearby.
Oh wait,
The full
I also
might
need the
of
inner
the
part.
Hittite armies amassed in an ambush, hidden behind the
Grab
looming
this.
fortress of Kadesh.
Maybe we'll
The
import
Kadesh
it
poem
to like.
records this
We'll append it to
imposing
this
force.
cylinder instead.
Now the wretched
And
foe
then
of Hatti
we'll
had come, having gathered all
decimate it
foreign
here.
countries to the very ends of the sea, the land of Hatti in its entirety. They covered the mountains and the valleys like the grasshoppers with their multitudes. He left neither silver nor gold in his land,
Yeah, what
but
the fuck?
despoiled it of all its possessions and gave them to all foreign countries to bring them with him to combat.
What happened? It like flips itself when trying to decimate.
Ramesses flew into a rage with his generals for allowing this to happen.
Let's go mask.
He had hurried ahead
border.
with his Amun division, and now he was
then-
critically overstretched, with his reinforcements in the Ra division
Close
still
holes.
on the road.
Now we'll try to decimate
The
this.
Hittites would not allow the Egyptians to regroup. Before the Ra
Actually,
division
this-
could arrive, a terrifying force of 2,500 Hittite chariots burst out of hiding and swept across the river plain. Hittite chariots were the tanks of their day, heavy
Do that
and
and then
armored,
we'll-
their riders covered in chainmail down to their toes. These chariots rolled in and smashed into the Ra regiment, who frantically tried to form a shield wall. The Hittites scattered this division completely and then rounded on the Egyptians' camp.
Let's mask this.
Ramesses was surrounded, cut off from his reinforcements, and
Okay,
now
this should
outnumbered.
decimate. It's fine, I guess.
But in this dire situation, he recounts how he rallied his men and led them in a desperate charge against the enemy.
I found the 2,500 spans of chariotry, in whose midst I was, becoming heaps of corpses before my horses. Not one of them found his hand to fight, for their hearts quailed in their bodies from terror of me. And all their arms were powerless, so they could not shoot nor find their courage to seize their javelins.
Whether or not this self-aggrandizing account is an accurate depiction of that day, it's clear that the tide did begin to turn. The Egyptian soldiers were elite fighters, and many of the Hittite forces may have been mercenaries or conscripts. After destroying the Ra division and sweeping into the Egyptians' camp, the chariots became bogged down, and many of the Hittite soldiers, believing the battle to be already over, began looting rather than press their advantage. More Egyptian reinforcements were soon arriving from the south, and as the bloody afternoon wore on, that contingent of elite charioteers that had been sailing up the coast also arrived on the scene. The arrival of this cavalry on the horizon was enough to steel the resolve of the Egyptian troops and break the will of the Hittites. Ramesses gives a florid rendition of what happened next.
I made them plunge into the water as crocodiles plunge, for they were falling upon their faces, one on another, as I slew among them whom I desired. Neither could one look behind him, nor could another turn about, and whoever of them fell, he could not raise himself.
The Hittite army withdrew, with many of their soldiers pushed into the Orontes River. When the next day dawned, the two sides clashed again, but both had been fatally weakened by the previous day's fighting. After a few hours of bloody slaughter, Ramesses withdrew, and the Hittite king sent him a peace offer. The pharaoh's hands were tied. The Egyptians lacked any siege equipment to breach the strong walls of Kadesh, and the only option to take the city would have been a lengthy siege, during which Ramesses would have found his forces exposed to attack, poorly supplied and prone to encirclement. Instead, he decided to declare victory and march back to Egypt. The Hittites in turn also declared victory, and the city of Kadesh would slip out of Ramesses' grasp. Despite the overflowing praise of Ramesses and his glorious victory in the Kadesh poem, the war actually ended with a stalemate, and the question of the city remained unresolved. But it's clear that Ramesses thought back to his role during the battle with no small amount of pride, and he would decorate the walls of his temple at Abu Simbel with a vast low-relief carving of every one of the battle's twists and turns. The war with the Hittites would drag on for a further 15 years, and during this time, Egypt would often capture territory along the Mediterranean coast, only to lose it again the very next year. Before long, both sides grew weary of this grinding conflict. The war was finally brought to an end with what has gone down in history as the first written peace treaty, the text of which has survived.
Behold, Hattusili,
that should be
the
good.
ruler of the Hittites, binds himself by treaty to Ramesses, chosen one of Ra, the great ruler of Egypt.
I'm gonna go
beginning today, so that perfect
delete,
peace,
like,
brotherhood may be created between us
here.
forever.
Oh.
He being in brotherhood and peace with
Do
me,
I not have a clean
and
loop
I
around
being
this?
in brotherhood and peace with him
I'll just select
forever.
this loop here.
The treaty was written on silver tablets, with both the Hittites and the Egyptians.
Is there a way to
given
check
a
for
copy.
symmetry? Because
Its text was written in both hieroglyphics and Hittite cuneiform, but the two translations do have
that's not gonna
slightly
work.
different wordings. In a
just
diplomatic
gonna-
stroke of genius, The
hope that
Egyptian
it's
version
symmetrical.
claims that the
If
Hittites
it's not,
had
I'll
come begging Egypt
I'll
for
probably
peace,
find out later
which the Egyptians
that it's
graciously accepted. While in the Hittite version, it is the Egyptians who
It's gonna
asked
suck,
to end the war. With both sides thus able to save face, the destructive conflict was allowed to come to an end, and nearly a century of relative peace ensued. Despite the pride Ramses took in his battles, today it is this peace treaty that we most remember, and a replica of it hangs on the walls of the United Nations headquarters in New York. After what seemed like a lucky escape at Kadesh, Ramses would turn his attention away from war and towards construction. He spent the next decades of his rule building temples and monuments up and down Egypt. And today his name is the one that appears on the most surviving monuments of any pharaoh.
Everything is
this
inverted
is partly
again.
due to his prolific building campaign, but also due to the fact that he ensured his name was inscribed more deeply in the stone than any other pharaoh, so deep that it could never be erased. Ramesses II would rule for a total of 66 years, and would be remembered as perhaps Egypt's greatest pharaoh. His full Egyptian name was Usermatre Setepenre Ramses, which the Greeks would later render into a name they found easier to pronounce. They would call him Ozymandias. More than 1,000 years later, the Greek writer Diodorus of Sicily would visit Egypt and write an account of visiting one monument to Ramesses II.
At its entrance, there is a
Probably
pylon
make this tongue look
constructed of varying.
Should probably make the tongue look less human. Maybe like make it snake-like. Nah, this is fun. I think if there's gonna be like a split down the middle, like the tongue has to be longer for it to look correct. Otherwise, it's just gonna look like a human who had surgery to their tongue. This is fine. The only thing that really matters is like the top and bottom canines. They need to be elongated. Are the fingernails attached to his mesh? They are. This has the subdivision levels. This one doesn't. What the hell? That's not good. Let's go split off the fingernails. If we can. And toenails.
Stone, 2 plethora in breadth and 45 cubits high. The inscription upon it runs, "King of kings am I, Ozymandias. If anyone would know how great I am and where I lie, let him surpass one of my works."
Ramesses would also build a new capital for his empire,
Okay.
and with his military ambitions lying in the north,
Can we
he decided to place
reconstruct
it in the northeast of the Nile
Or maybe
Delta.
we should just...
And in characteristic fashion,
Not
he
sure.
named
Let's
it
go
after himself,
try.
calling it
Might be
Per
faster to
Ramses,
just
or
re-import
the House
like an
of
older save and then
Ramesses.
project details.
One Egyptian poem would celebrate the beauty of this new city.
The residence is pleasant in life. Its field is full of everything good. It is full of supplies and food every day. Its ponds with fish and its lakes with birds. Its meadows are verdant with grass.
Yeah,
Its banks bear dates. Its melons are abundant on the sands. Its granaries are so
We'll
full
load
of
this. The
barley
only
and ella wheat
difference
that they come near to the sky. Red wedge
was
fish swim in the
the
canal
eyelids,
of
I
the
think.
resident city, which live on
Pretty
lotus
sure.
flowers.
Yeah.
This city of
Go append
Per
this.
Ramses has long been associated with the city of Ramses, referred to in the Hebrew book of Exodus, the second book of the Hebrew Bible.
And then
Exodus describes a population of enslaved Hebrews forced to work on the construction of the city. The reality of the Exodus story has long been debated,
grab
and most
these two.
historians now consider it to be a piece of ancient literature. There is no evidence for a large population of Hebrew slaves ever living in Egypt, or that the city of Per Ramses was built by slaves at all. More likely it was built using the Egyptians' usual combination of
And
skilled
then-
artisans and seasonal peasant labourers. But with the proximity of the Nile Delta to the Levantine coast, it's certainly not impossible that some of these labourers were Hebrew people who had travelled across the Sinai to sell their labour in Egypt. If that were the case, then for one reason or another, they left no impression in the archaeological record, but perhaps printed an indelible mark on our collective imaginations.
Actually,
When Ramses finally died in 1213 BC, he was probably nearly 90 years old. His reign had been one of Egypt's golden ages, but his long rule had once again created that old king problem. All of his heirs were now also old men. By the time of his death, 12 of his oldest sons had already died, and now his 13th son took the throne at the age of about 70. He was the pharaoh Merneptah. But only a few years into this man's reign, Egypt was attacked by a devastating new enemy. These were the Libyan people to the west of the Nile Delta. The king of Libya, a man named Merire,
let's just
had
delete
seemingly
this.
planned his attack for some time. All of a sudden, a large Libyan army
then-
flooded through Egypt's northwestern border,
For
and
some
they
reason,
were
there's like a
reinforced with groups of people from all
divot
over the
there.
Mediterranean, perhaps from
not
Greece, Sardinia, Sicily, and elsewhere across the sea. These were a diverse group of peoples that had suddenly begun to appear in increasing numbers across the eastern Mediterranean. They would later become known as the Sea Peoples. The pharaoh Merneptah remembers this event on one carved stele.
The wretched fallen chief of Libya, Maria, son of Dead, has fallen upon the country of Tehunu with his bowmen, Sheridan, Shekelesh, Ekwesh, Lukka, Teresh, taking the best of every warrior and every man of war of his country. He has brought his wife and his children, leaders of the camp, and he has reached the western boundary in the fields of Perea.
The pharaoh Merneptah defeated this invasion, and as a warning to any others who would try such a surprise attack, he had many of the invading soldiers impaled along the road into Memphis.
The princes are prostrate, saying, "Mercy!" Not one raises his head among the 9 bows. Desolation is for Tehenu. Hattie is pacified, plundered is the Canaan with every evil. Hurrah is become a widow. All lands together, they are pacified.
Okay, there we go. That's better.
But these lands would not
rename
stay
this
pacified
as
for long.
Body HP. Delete this. No longer relevant. What's this? Ice, okay. How come I have two of them?
After the death of the pharaoh
What the heck?
Merneptah around 1204 BC,
Wait,
Egypt
what?
entered a
No,
period
these aren't
of
the eyes,
civil
these are-
strife,
Yeah, these
with
are
the
the
descendants of
claws.
Ramesses fighting
Okay, so
over
these
who
need to
would
be
take
as
the crown.
subdiv.
Against this
6.
backdrop, the entire region also once again began to experience a series of record
reconstruct
droughts.
subdiv.
What caused this climate shift
Okay,
is uncertain.
subdiv 4.
As we saw in
1,
our second
2,
episode on the
and
Bronze
then
Age collapse,
now we can
the cause
merge
may
down.
have been volcanic, with a large eruption taking place in the Icelandic volcano of Hekla around this time.
And it should keep
Others have proposed that an eruption in Sicily
subdivision
around
levels.
1300 BC may have been to blame, or that the supervolcano Thera in Santorini may have resumed some activity, some 500 years after its last enormous eruption. The cause may not have been volcanic at all, and could have been due to variations in the sun's activity, or weather systems in the Atlantic depriving the Mediterranean of moisture. The reality was much as it is today. The planet's climate system is fragile, interconnected and chaotic, and even relatively small changes in its equilibrium can have devastating effects. During this time, formerly green lands became dry and arid, and more plants suited to desert landscapes flourished. Analysis of sediment cores and oxygen isotopes in cave mineral deposits have all shown that the 13th and 12th centuries BC
Great.
saw
Set
much
six-
less rain
Number
than the
6